Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Me 1 second as we get everything set up. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Mama, mama. Hey, nice. Hi guys. Let me. I have chat up. I'm going to put out a tweet, and in the meantime, how you guys doing? How's your day been? What time is it for you guys? I think OP12 also came out for you guys today, which is interesting. Did you guys get anything cool? Let me know. Um, 5 a.m. Does that mean that the set came out for you yesterday, or is it coming out for you today? And putting out a tweet, and then we should be good to go. Get my thumbnail. Yeah, Philippines as well. OP13 release. That'll be exciting. I know I see a lot of the time Southeast Asia gets their product a bit early, but is that just like people with special privilege, or does everyone do that? Okay, okay, I've tweeted. Get this over here. Okay. Red Blue Ace investing into. I would never give financial advice. Red Blue Ace seems very strong, though. I think that he's at the very least top 3 in terms of the new leaders. In terms of the meta, it's harder to say. Nice. Okay. Well, this will be hitting. Let me just make sure that everything should be good now. Yeah. I've never done an unboxing thing on my stream before, and a large reason for that is because I absolutely pull terrible things every time. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'll show you an example. Anyone's actually here. Let me put it on my. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. My camera's not on. Right. There's that. Back in a sec. Okay. Never mind. I can't find it. But I was going to say that historically, I've never done very well with packs. Um, there's like recently, at least in Japanese start decks, you get like a bonus pack with the start decks, and from those, I've consistently pulled like the 2 worst things you possibly can. But we don't have that, so I don't know how many people are in here. I do kind of want to chill a little bit before we jump straight into it. There's a couple people in here. Okay, so it's a bit hard to like see everything because I have like I don't know if it's easier to see here, but I have camera right here for the cards and my mic here. So there's just a whole lot of things blocking my vision, but I'll try my best for you guys. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to end up playing for this set, but it'll be exciting. I'm leaning towards Ima just because of how strong that deck is, but I'm looking for something that can beat Ima as well. Play-wise, best card? I'm not sure what the best card is. What you mean by play-wise? I think the most broken card is the 10 cost 5 Elders Korolse card. But I think that, yeah, like, basically all of the leaders are pretty good. Sabo's pretty good. Ace seems pretty good. My most recent Ace list, I haven't actually been able to update it too much, but I want to try the version of Ace that plays a bit slower towards 9 cost Newgate, because that makes you very, very tanky. But yeah. Oh, I need to say the thing. Hold on. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. And sorry I'm a bit blurry today, because I have my nice camera here to actually take a picture of the shots, or the cards. So, is that big enough? uh, um, I'm not necessarily sponsored, but I asked my local game store for a case, and they were able to provide it for me, which was very kind of them. Obviously, I paid for it, but I was allowed to buy it, and OP13 is such a coveted set that this is not easy to do. So I just want to give a special shout out to my local game store, Tier 1. If you guys are ever in Tokyo, I think that Tier 1 has the best selection of packs. They also have really nice staff. Their owner is actually the world champion for, I believe, Duel Masters, and just very nice guy. He also plays One Piece card. He'll also buy your English cards too, so great store. Thank you to them. I just want to do that out of respect for the store. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? It's in Shibuya. On the Yamanote line, a little bit past Ikebukuro. Shibuya. 1 second. Oh, and the nice thing, let me move this a little bit out of the way for a second, is that as a sort of special thing for this set, or from today, regardless of what set that you buy, you also get bonus packs. And these bonus packs, you get one, and there's only one card in there, per 2,000 yen, which for you guys would be like $12 to $15 or something in America. Otherwise, I'm not really sure. Yeah. No one. Thank you very much. I really enjoy that store a lot, so I'm glad they were able to provide for me. They always have stock of like basically any set, and their single cards are also very fairly priced. I buy most of my cards there. So we have lots of bonus packs. We have a whole case, so we have a lot of things to get through. I have no idea what order I want to go in. Maybe because maybe some people don't know what are in these bonus packs, and I actually don't know if they're textured or not. I imagine they wouldn't be, but let's just kind of get one of these open. Ooh, is this one of those things where people would get mad if I don't use scissors? I think it's fine. Hey, let me actually move this out of the way for a second. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Hey, we have a bunch of these bonus packs, but just as a start, we'll get through some of them. There are, people are gonna get mad at me for the way that I'm opening them up. There's a lot of, how should I say, variants. There's 7 variants. Oh, here's one of them. Is it textured? No, it's not textured. It almost seems textured. But yeah, they're, at least in this one, they're older cards with this white and red sort of new foiling, which is nice. Yeah, open for the back's probably better. When it's one card, I feel a bit scared to do so, but maybe that is just better. Ah. Yeah, that felt scary. We'll get through like a couple of these until we get something from the new set. This is cool. The card, unfortunately, this is the card that's like a blocker and draw 2, put 2 to the top or bottom. And because the new 5 cost Nami exists, there's basically just a strictly better version of that card now. So a little bit less usable. But yeah. Thank you, Sam, for the good luck. And hey, okay, here's one of the new cards. So there's some cards like this. I think 3 out of the 7 potential things that you could get are cards like this. This isn't textured. It's not like the manga ones that you get from the packs, but you know, it's still white and red full art card that you are allowed to use in the game. Pretty sick. Yeah, it's really nice. And there's one for each of the 3 brothers. There's this sub version. There's the Ace one, which basically is like unblockable Diablo Jambe for your leader. And there's also the Luffy one. And forget what the Luffy. Oh, the Luffy one's like a mini Luna. Let me actually get scissors because I am seeing some people talking about the way that I open packs. So I'll be back in 1 second. Scissors. But yeah, so now that we kind of know what's in these packs, maybe we'll open these up more later on, but I want to kind of keep something for later to optimistic. You know what? Maybe actually let's pull until we get one of each of the new Ace, Subtle, and Luffy things, which hopefully doesn't take the entire thing. But yeah. You know, actually, scissors kind of scares me more, huh? I feel like the second that I use scissors, I'm going to accidentally cut cards. So there's the 2K sub. I believe this is the this is the Dressrosa one, which also has an alt art in Japan in the card collection, which is cool. I do like this art though, and just the white and red. Actually, like I didn't think I'd like these that much, but it's just intensely shiny, as I hope you guys can see. Try to get one of each of at least the newer cards. It looks like we're gonna get one of each of all the old cards first. Here's the Luffy, which at a time was considered to be maybe usable as an answer to some black removal decks, but we haven't really seen it too much in general. Maybe could be used if Red Green Law ever comes back, but the art's sick. That's the main thing. Jutting. Hey! The Ace one. This is the one that I really want as many of as I can. Yeah, this is the bonus pack that you get for buying cards in Japan, at least currently. Okay, one more that we want to get. I think this Subtle card, I feel like maybe you end up running just because it's a 3k counter. I don't know if I want to sleeve these quite yet. I might as well. At least the new ones. The Subtle card, the main effect is kind of just a strictly worse small pistol, but the fact that it has 3k counter makes it probably pretty usable. And the Ace card, I think, is just pretty universally usable in Ace. I don't know how many you would end up running, but it's basically a weaker version of Diablo Jambe, but of course, because it has the +3, it's very easy to use. So one more that we're looking for the Luffy. And then we'll get into the actual boxes and open up the rest of these a bit later. My inner sleeves, I literally got like no brand inner sleeves, like the cheapest one that I could get, but they work well. Okay, now we have everything except for the new Luffy card. I'm surprised that this card was never used, but I kind of understand. It's a very good card, though. Other stores in Tokyo, there's a good one in Akihabara called Kardon. Hey, okay, we're done. That worked out quite well. We got one of each, we got 2 aces, and now we can move on to all the things. So There's a place called Cardon, Cardon in Akihabara, and I think they have the cheapest cards, but they also have just in general a very good selection of. I mean, their selection of cards isn't great unless you look through like the bulk things in the back. How do I deal with this glare on the cards? Hold on. It's a it's a little bit better. Um, there's also just any place called where's it called? Full Comp, Fullcomp, also has pretty good stock and pretty good prices all around. But Tier 1 has consistently had the best stock in terms of packs, so that'd be the place that I would go. I know Ikebukuro also has some pretty good card shops, but I don't go there too often, so I can't say exactly which these are. But yeah, we got the three brothers. They're very sick. They're also very usable, so I'm so glad that like these are so accessible. Osaka, I have no idea. I'm sorry. But yeah, so we've gotten through the intermission a little bit. Now, let's try one of the packs. Hey. So heavy. Just to get a little shot of all of the boxes inside of the case. Oh my god, I can't even rotate it on my thing. There's all the boxes. They're a little bit smaller than the English size, but I mean, not that we have a choice in that. Jarang! OP13! Yay! I'm very excited for OP13. Still don't know exactly what I'm going to end up playing. Do you guys... what leader are you guys most excited for? I don't really have much expectation because I generally pull bad stuff, but here's hoping to the best. God pack. Yeah, I hope so too. But if I get the God pack, I'd be shocked. I'm not expecting too much. As long as I can get a good selection of all the cards so I can actually play the game, I'd be happy. Oh, I haven't opened packs in like quite a while. Red mangas. The mic that I use is the Shure like MV7 or something MV7 Plus. I'm not really sure. Okay, we have Boa Sanda Sonia. What does this card do again? Oh yeah, Hancock support. Um, interesting. On play, play a 3-cost or less Boa from your hand. Trying to figure out where I can put these cards, but for now I'll just put them off to the side. Empty Throne, one of the strongest cards almost immediately. Roja, Oro Jacksongo. Oh, this is an uncommon? Interesting. And Garp. Oh, this Garp, by the way. On play, you check the top 4 cards and add any of them to your hand. Or check top 4 cards, add any 3-cost or higher to your hand if your leader is a Sabo Luffy. I think this card is like insane. So I think that would definitely be used in most, if not all, decks that are allowed to use it. Yeah, Emu feels really insane. I'm still trying to find decks that can confidently beat it. There's a couple out there, but the issue is that I don't know how good they do into like the rest of the meta. It's nice that as I do this that I can kind of just talk about the cards and chill and answer your questions. I may miss some of them, but if you have some questions, let me know. This card seems very good in Bello Betty. It's just Bello Betty right now probably is suffering, and you probably don't run this in what is it, Sable either. But still, if Betty comes back, this could be quite a nuisance. Just a good option to have. Sealed rules in Japan, are they different from... Oh shit, it's already shiny. Hey, that was really fast. There's Shanks. This is the second pack. We still have so much to go through. And the art's sick though. Let me see if I can make this shine better on camera. That's nice. Oh, it looks really shiny. Sealed pack battle rules in Japan, you open up 8 packs and build a deck out of that, and you can only use the Rainbow Luffy. That's about it. But yeah, our first card, hopefully first of many to come, and hopefully not the only one in the box. But honestly, the reason why I'm opening this box or this case today, I never open up the cases in at the start of a set, just because there's always only one deck that I really want to play, and this time there's just too many decks that I wanted to play that I decided I'd just get a case and try my best to get one. Yeah. A little bit of lore about this card is that on the Japanese text, it says your leader gains plus 3,000 power for the turn on counter, which was a mistake because they meant for the battle, and this caused like mass hysteria on Twitter for like 3 hours until they fixed it. Weasel on play, draw 2 cards, and Jupiter. Actually, let me put the Shanks over here so that you guys can see it a bit better. One of many cards that I'm going to be needing for Ima. Yeah, I'm Japanese. Did you know that? Um, I can speak English because I went to an international school in Japan, but I've been living in Japan for almost all of my life. Quora, I think, although this card's a common, it's probably very good in Red Black Sable. Ushamura, Yuankov, Waporu. What's the typing on this? Jack Black Doramu Okoku. Never even seen a typing like that. And Vista. Oh shit! What the fuck? This is too fast. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, I swear, I don't know if this is like 1 per case or something, but like, we shouldn't have this in the first box, no? Holy shit. Hold on. Wow, that looks crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can get this like a good angle for the camera. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, well, that was fast. I guess I'll see you guys next time then. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream then. Goodbye. Fuck, that would... I was going to deactivate my camera and I couldn't find my mouse. That joke doesn't even work anymore. But yeah, there's that, which was very fast. So I've heard 2 things. I heard that it's 1 per case, and I've also heard that it's not 1 per case, because I've seen people complaining that they bought 2 cases and they didn't get one of these. But yeah, I do think though the rate of this is pretty high, so it's not insanely expensive, but it is just crazy nice looking, isn't it? That's sick. Hold on, let me... It is 1 per case? Yeah. We got it in the first one then. But I've seen people saying that they don't get it, which maybe means that there's some error cases out there. Yeah. I don't know any sort of ways that the packs work, like if you get X, then you won't get Y. But we're just here to have fun. The most important thing for me is to just get a set of playable cards. Like Chararosuse, which is unfortunately going to be in Ima, despite me desperately not wanting to have to run a card like this. Yurutero, and Gyaban. Nice Gyaban. I don't know if we've had too much Gyaban stuff until Elbaf, but in Elbaf he's very cool as an old man. Oh. Yeah. There's also a thing where like sometimes Japanese version, English version differs in the way that they work, but either way, I'm not expecting a manga anyways. Darin Haruta. Yeah, it sucks having to play Chararose alongside all of like the really cool things. I feel like we probably have already gotten all the nice things for this box, but we haven't seen the SRs yet. Oh, never mind. And this is also I think, the most expensive SR in the set. So I'm glad that I got that early on, because I want as many of those as possible. This pack feels really thick. Maybe it's just I haven't pulled or opened up packs in a really long time. Sunny 君、頂点まで行ってこい。ただん、follow me. No, the God Pack doesn't come with mangas. This card's also crazy, by the way. Blocker, on KO, trash one card, and if your leader is multicolored, gain 1 life. I think there's 2 types of God Packs. There's the, like, leader God Pack, and there's also the, one with all of the Gorose in them, which is pretty cool. Thank you, Deichimo. Is that you, Victor? I don't know if that's you just from your name, but thank you very, very much for the... Well, maybe it's not. Sorry, I think I know someone named Deichimo around me. But thank you very much for the €5. If it was the Deichimo I knew, it'd probably be in yen, so appreciate it very much. Yeah, people are calling that the Devil Pack. Oops. Hold on, what does this do? Oh, right, okay. It's KO protection. Frankie, Huck, Doris and Lady. Great. So, like, all of the good SRs that I've wanted so far, they're just coming a little bit too quickly. This is my first box. So this is the only things that I've pulled so far. We just got this very early. Studying. Hold on. Rakuyo. What does this do? Oh, interesting. It's like the OP03 Rakuyo. I had no idea this card existed. But unfortunately, it doesn't increase their base power. So it wouldn't necessarily make some cards more usable in Ace, but still not bad. Jinbe, very searchable, isn't it? 3 different typings. Ace. And Doragon. I wonder how good this Doragon is. Yeah. Germany. I've never been to Germany. Germany seems cool. I know, like, Rene. I don't know exactly if that's how you pronounce his name, but the big Reiju player, he's a lot of fun. So, hold on. Let me... I'm gonna need to find a better place to put down all the things. Put these cards here as well, so you guys can see that. But... okay, those are our shiny cards for this box. We got this a little bit before from the promo pack, and so far, pretty good SRs. Yeah. You're a better Reiju player than Rene? Oh, one of the most insane cards in the set, by the way. One costs 7,000 in Vegapunk. I think this might make Vegapunk viable on its own, but Vegapunk also has a lot of other good cards too. I'm getting a lot of Ionkofu. This card's also pretty good, but probably other ones. Zoro. On play, if your leader is Film or Straw Hat, you can make 2 of your Dong active, and at the end of the turn, make 2 of your Dong, or make this character active. Gene Face? Jenna Face? I think Gene Face. Thank you very much for the $5. I'm luck finding the God Pack, especially the... yeah, and I really hope so too. At the very least, if I can just pull the alt arts of the Elders, I'd be super happy, but that might be optimistic as well. We're just kind of here to vibe, and, you know, have some fun. Yeah, no, this was very fast. I wish I had, like, a better way to kind of showcase this. Maybe I can pull a tape measure out of thin air. That works for now. That actually kind of works. Hit up. The +3 Caven. What is this called in Japanese again? 世界の... well, I can't read the small text. 世界の均衡など永遠には保てぬのだ. -5k. -5k is pretty significant. Hiramippo. Oh. This might be better than the X-Drake in Red Green Smoker, but I'm not exactly sure yet. It kind of depends on the curve. And Maz. Oh, yeah, no, that didn't work, did it? Try this instead. Yeah, that might not work for long. Okay, I'm glad I'm getting... I feel like it's obviously cheaper for me to just buy exactly the cards that I need, but for me, it's just a lot of fun. I get to kind of chill here with you guys, and you know, I don't really get to have this time because usually if I'm streaming about a certain topic, so I don't have too much time to interact with chat. But here, because I'm just kind of moving my hands to the motions and looking at the pretty pictures, then I can kind of respond to chat a little bit better, which hopefully is nice for a bit of a chill stream. Check top 4 for a 2-cost or higher Alabasta or Straw Hat Pirate card. BV support. The thing is, if this Garp didn't exist, this would actually be a pretty solid card, but because this Garp is like so universal, basically any card that can use Garp will always use this one instead. So this feels like this card is just designed for BV, but we just need to get that actual Alabasta support. Yeah, these alt arts come from a bonus pack that comes with the set. So just more incentive to actually buy the packs, I guess, and these are great. Maybe we'll open up those up when we get there. God pack where? We got the Roger Dong. Honestly, all I'm here to do is just get a playset of most of the stuff. Newgate. I was originally rated this card very lowly, but after some convincing, I'm starting to see the vision of this in Ace. But I need to try it a bit more. 9-gate seems like it might just be better though. Still though, we're getting a lot of extremely powerful characters in the manga. I doubt that if they were to give the new promo Nami support that they would do it very soon. I think that Kaya is surviving rotation because it got reprinted, I think, in PRB02. I could be wrong on that. So at the very least, Kaya will survive, and they just need to kind of decide how they want to take East Blue in blue in the future. Red 9-gate, just making your leader... oh, good card. Making your leader 8k with your leader effect just makes you very, very tanky, so I can see that being pretty solid. Ima! Yay! Strongest card in the set. And Didis, actually also a very good card though. Honestly, I think I'm going to say this a lot. There's just a lot of very good cards this set, aren't they? What's the OP08 Floodgate? What does that mean? Yeah, I think definitely if you want to run this new gate, you absolutely want to run the actual 8-cost event that plays them out too. So definitely a way that you'd change the whole deck direction to be a little bit slower. But I think just the tankiness that comes from being able to play those cards out early and play those out very quickly. Also, you potentially get the plus 2k on your leader if you decide to use the second part of the effect. Could be very good. Tax Beard. Interesting. Oh, and hey, here's the normal version of this card. I'm just hoping that I pull 4 of these cards later on, though. So, still though, it exists, and very nice because those cards are very usable, so it's just good to have as many of them as I can. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that Tax Beard is good. People say it's good against Ima, but I don't necessarily believe that either. Because you're giving both players time, and giving Ima time is just very, very scary. I don't think that the deck would end up being run, but we'll have to kind of see how the meta actually plays out to be able to definitively say. Medicine, good. Oh, wow, 2 packs in a row. And here's the normal version of this ace. Actually framed very similarly, but this alt art, although it's not textured to be fair, has a bit more of the manga panel down here, which is cool. Who is that in the manga panel? Oh, it's Teach. Is that Teach? Hold on, let me see this. I think that's Teach. I don't remember the scene too well. Still though, what is this called again? 力に屈した男生まれた意味がねえだろうらしいです. Oh, hold on. Put that over here. OP13 seems very strong, but it's something that they do every year though. OP05 power crept the game like crazy. They introduced Purple Luffy, NL, and Sakazuki. OP09, they also gave us, Blackbeard. Shanks was pretty strong for a time. Um, OP09 maybe was a bit more of a miss, but OP05, OP13 seem like they really are just making sure that people play the new cards. I honestly think that Red Black Sable is very solid. But like I think all of the decks can be solid. Like I kind of was starting to rate oh, I was starting to rate Roger a bit more low after trying him, but think I've thought of a way to make that deck better. I don't think that you go all in on Roger Pirates. I think that you play towards like you basically play like your blue purple Luffy, I think. And you play like your blue purple Luffy. You play like 8 cost Katakuri maybe. You can I don't think you play 9 mom, but you play other sort of defensive tools. And then only on the last turn do you play out the 10 cost Roger to not only nullify your own characters, but make it very difficult for the opponent to kill you. And then you try to push back with everything you have on the next turn. I think that would maybe be the way to build that deck, and I think that would be better. But currently, he seems like a bit of a one-trick pony, so I would need to try that version. Ilabani, I think maybe not bad. Ilabani also probably uses this very well because you can flip one of your life cards to face up. I wonder if she has things to turn them. Oh yeah, no, face up. Yeah, that makes sense. And then give one of the opponent's characters minus 2,000 power. Bonnie could be good. She probably uses this card better than a deck like Vegapunk does, but I'm still quite hyped for Vegapunk. I even have it like right here. So excited to build that deck and see what that's all about. But a lot of this meta comes down to how well your matchup is against Ima, I feel. Roger nullifies your blockers if they're not Roger Pirates. So it would nullify 8 cost Katakuri, but like if you have, for example, the Oden, that's a 5 cost 6,000 Roger Pirates blocker, that wouldn't be nullified. So that's why I think that you can only play that on like your final turn if you're going towards that plan. And there's Sebel. The base art, the base art of this honestly probably might be better than the actual alt art. And Otama, the card that the card that got Blue Nami banned. I wonder what other decks can use this though. I think that Blue Yellow Nami might be able to use this card quite well. What other decks can use this quite well? Maybe Ace. It seems like it's intended to be for Ace, but I'm not sure if he really needs this 2K in particular. But if he has ways to bounce back his own characters, I think it's pretty solid too. Queen can also use it quite well, that's true. Queen never really took off in Japan. Was that a big thing in the West ever? Or was that kind of just one of those big cope leaders that people were playing as well? Boa, oh, Boa for sure, yeah, because you can bottom it as well and then just get like the +1 draw or something. Yeah, it's actually really good Boa support, and that's probably actually intention then, because they printed out like a bunch of Boa cards. There's like the 3 cost Boa Hancock as well. If your leader is Boa on KO, draw 2 cards. Wool Cutie. I have no idea how expensive these cards are, but I have seen that Ema is one of the most hyped decks, so even the rares I think are very expensive. But can I just say? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry if that was really loud for a second. This card, like on paper, is obviously strong. If you have 7 cards or more in your trash, then he can't be removed, and also he's a blocker, and on KO draws you a card. It's literally 4 dong, gain 1 life, because unless the opponent rests it, which is just a color thing, this card's always going to be there, and it's going to absorb an entire attack no matter how big it is, and also draw you a card, which is exactly what happens when you take your life. So every time that you play this card, you're effectively gaining 1 life, and they just banned 9 Mom because she could do that. And Emu can bring this back from trash, too. Like, you think about it like that, it was just crazy. Like, I'm very afraid of what's going to end up happening in OP13. But I hope that there are some more Emu answers out there. 120 each. Yuyute is a bit weird because like I feel like a lot of times they put out cheapest prices possible, but they don't actually really sell them for that price if you go to like the actual stores that they have. So I don't know exactly what the actual price of them would be. I think also just day one, a lot of things are going to be lower or higher than they should be, and they'll start to adjust over the next couple of days or weeks. Jetting Buggy. Very core card to Roger. Oh, he's in front of the bell too. I never noticed. That's really cute. The whole Roger Pirates line is a wholesome 100. Roger, in all honesty, seems like bait to me, but I think that I have the wrong list. I think that with the correct list, I think that that deck could be good. Ujidianto Punk. So to answer your question, I don't know. I think that there are stronger leaders than Roger in the new set, but I don't necessarily think that means that Roger is weak. Obviously, it'll eventually just come down to the meta. Onyi, bit of a controversial card for the art, but an insanely good card in not only Yellow Bonnie, but also in Vegapunk. Unfortunately, your leader does need to be Egghead to use the on-play effect, which gains Rush and makes the opponent peel one of their life. But this is, in a way, almost feels like a stronger reject because they can't even get the trigger. This card also has trigger on it as well. Just an insane card. Great late game for the decks that can't use it. Yeah. Well, 2 more packs for this box. Huh. I don't think that we're going to get too much more. Yolk. If this York was a celestial dragon, is that what it's called in English? Tenryubito? Then I think that it could have been like actually really usable just to kind of cycle your deck, but unfortunately not, and it's not even yellow as well. It is very nice though from a lore perspective if you guys have caught up on the manga that it is black though and not yellow, but I won't spoil that because I'm sure that there are some people who haven't caught up. Hankoku, the card that we were talking about before. I don't know if Hankoku is really a deck that wants to use a card like this, but just in general, vanilla stat line that draws you 2 cards is just pretty crazy. So definitely a welcome card. I wonder how good Hancock's going to end up being in the future, because I have no real frame of reference for that deck. OP13, I have no idea what I'm playing, which is why I just decided to get all of the cards. Yeah, the Ace Sabo Luffy SR, I don't see it having a space right now. But I think that, like, if, for example, oh, this card's an uncommon. One of the best arts in the set, by the way. For example, like Red Blue Marco probably uses the card very well, but the actual like Three Brothers that it's intended for doesn't seem like it uses it as well as you'd hope for. But I do think that if there's a deck, then maybe oh, this card's crazy, by the way. That maybe you end up playing it in Ace if you go towards the control version, but yeah. No. Anyways, to wrap up our first box, the SRs that we got are Gorose, Bonnie, Newgate, and Rayleigh. 3 exceptionally important characters to the story, and Bonnie, who is, I mean, of course important, but standing shoulder to shoulder to some of the strongest people in the entire One Piece verse, maybe. And of course, our alt arts, we also got another Yonko, Shanks, the green Shanks. I don't know how good this card's going to end up actually being, because on play you just make all of your doing active, but you can't play more cards out. So it could be a bit awkward, but still the art is just really nice, isn't it? Maybe Fidelity TCG will want this though. Maybe I'll hit him up for a trade in the future. And of course, the Golden Roger Dong came out very early, but you know, for people who are shopping by people who are dropping by after we've pulled it, here's a close-up of it with no sleeve. Because like the texture on this card's insane. I hope that I can actually get that across to you guys. Woo! It looks sick. Kuzang versus Blue Purple Luffy. Like you're asking without bans? Without bans, that matchup was like basically doomed for Kuzang because Blue Purple Luffy was doing what Kuzan does, but better. Hey, let me get these off to the side as well. I'll have to sort these out later. Hey, box number 2. Leader box. Dude, if we get like the Roger box and then the leader box like 2 in a row, then I feel like the rest of the case is just going to be a waiting room to hope if we can pull anything crazy. I really just want to get like the Gorose alt arts. That would be the main thing. I don't need the god pack that has like the really fancy version of them. I just want the normal what is it? Alt art versions of them. Rayleigh? I think Rayleigh is great. If you haven't checked out the most recent All Blue episode, which came out yesterday as of recording this, I think that Rayleigh is one of the decks that you have to look out for in the meta. Kiguma. Okay. Yeah, I hope I get the wanted SP too. I don't know exactly. Oh, another Otama. Great card. And also Shadow very good card too, that I'm surprised that it's an uncommon. I haven't been able to test Red Green Luffy yet. No. I think that it has a lot of potential. I think that maybe people are building it incorrectly on Twitter. So I'm going to be excited to try out my own theory and see how it does against other people's theory. Ossa, Inarash, Brilliant Punk. If you get anything that has punk in the name makes me think that it would be a Eustace Kid ability, but this seems like Jilza and Crocodile. Gomu Gomu no Snake Jet. Nefertari Cobra. Let me get in the camera a little better. And then, yay, Broken Blocker. I think actually another goal is to try to get 2 playsets of all of the EMA cards so I can actually practice the mirror a bit if I decide to go down that route. A video about if Nami wasn't banned in OP13, I don't know how fun that would be, just because I think that it would be Nami winning on turn 4 against every single deck. Maybe I could do like a compilation, but I think it would be insanely one-sided against like almost every single deck. Again, very, very fast alt art. But hold on, let me put this next to Shanks because I think that's what God intended. Hold on. Uta! On play, make Tudong active, and you can no longer play base 5 costs or higher for the rest of that turn. On KO, play a 5 cost or less character card from your hand, rested. And I think, is this? Yeah, it is the same artist. Yeah, I thought so. These cards kind of go like next to each other in a way, which is in a bit of in a bit or in a way kind of lore, in a way kind of not lore that they're next to each other. But still, I think the art on these cards is just great, regardless of how good they may be. I do think though this Uta has a lot of potential in Red Green Luffy, which is what you were asking about before. Like many people aren't running this card, but I think that just having a 5 cost 4,000 that you're not like disincentivized to take out is just very annoying. So yeah. Whew. I'm just appreciating the art a little bit. Yeah, it's very nice. Huh. Disregarding how strong or how expensive any of the cards are, I'm just here to crunch through them. So I'm glad that I have someone to talk to in the meantime as I do so. Yeah. Now we're only on box 2, so still a ways to go. But looking at the time, I probably should track through them a little bit faster, but buggy again with the bell in the background. And whenever I think about the thing that Shanks said about how he wished he just was like a chill pirate with Buggy, I always like remember when they were actually like children. So I really like the art of Shanks and Buggy when they were children. But well, from a gameplay perspective, though, they are together though, which is quite nice. Some oh, I don't check how many people are here. 600 is crazy. I am interested in Riftbound, but I don't think they've announced a Japanese release. Edison's a great card. And as long as I have no confirmation that I'm going to even be able to play the game in my region, I have no incentives to actually like try out the game. But if they announce the game and it's on like a relatively similar cycle to the English schedule, then I would like to try that out. I'd also like to maybe try that out in a video. But Gorose, most expensive SR in the set. I'm looking for 8 of these so that I can make 2 EMA decks to play against myself. Great. But yeah, Riftbound, I would like to get into. I have no idea yet if I will be able to, though. This set, I think that by far the clear strongest is going to be EMA, and it's just going to be what you play into that. And I haven't decided what I want to play in the set. I could easily play EMA. Not easily, I think the deck's pretty difficult. But I could dedicate my time to playing EMA, or I can, what is it? Spend my time kind of trying to find a counter to it, whether it be red-black Sabo, whether it be a variant of red-blue Ace, or some of the older leaders, potentially something like Vegapunk. But, yeah. Honestly, I have no idea. Sorry, I saw something shiny, but I think it's just an event. If I were to say right now, if I had to play a deck tomorrow in a tournament, I would play Ema, just because I've played that the most for testing, trying to find anything that beats Ema, and the answer is there aren't very many that do beat Ema. But, wow, this is really shiny. Oh yeah, 5 cost, you can flip one of your life to face up and KO one of the opponent's characters that are base 6 cost or less. 6 is interesting, because we don't have too many that affect 6 costs, and I think that with 9 Mom gone, we could get a resurgence of strong 6 costs. Slave Arrow or Black Vortex in Sakazuki. If you watched the All Blue episode that came out yesterday, we were talking about this a little bit, and my impression was that Slave Arrow seems a bit more usable, but it also kind of depends on the deck. I think that the main scary thing about the Zoro matchup for Sakazuki would actually be Saturn. Would actually be how you deal with all the characters that can play out efficiently, like the 8 cost Mihawk into the 5 cost Tashigi, and also hitting you for 8k, 8k. So I'm not exactly sure which one would end up actually being better. I think that Black Vortex probably isn't enough from what I heard from Urvoye, but I think that it's probably a good start. From there, you just need to figure out how you're going to survive. Things like the 1 cost Ripper sounded quite nice, the 1 cost Navy blocker. Charose. And no, not the gold though. Yeah, we actually already have. I'll put it off to the side for people who are joining in now. We already have a golden dong. But here's the normal version. Put it side by side with this one. Obviously, it's not going to be textured. You can see the significant drop off in texturing and everything, so that Bandai makes you want to buy a ton of boxes to actually get 10 of these dong. But the smarter option is to just buy them on their own. But still, though, just a great scene. Atte mite monda. And obviously, Power Crept Gum Gum Gatling, Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Because although it doesn't have the trigger, it has the exact same counter effect, which gives your leader or character plus 3000 if you trash a card, but also has the main effect, which if you rest 5 dong, and because the card only costs 0, it is actually just 5 dong, you can minus 8000 power any of the opponent's characters. So basically, now purple no longer purple no longer loses to 8 cost kid anymore, and also just has a lot of options for fighting for board now, which is interesting. It's a very strong card. I think that basically every purple deck would probably want to run at least one of these. Starter deck? I don't have my deck near me, but I've been using the same Dome cards for like 2 years at this point. Yeah, it's basically Gungam Jet Gatling, but better. Which is ironic since they just printed a Gum Gum Gatling alt art. But there's also an alt art for this card, which is actually one of the cards I probably hope to get because it's such a usable card. Okay. Dakson. Kurieru. Oh, Roger Leader. Yeah, we didn't have that yet. This is very clear power creep, yeah. Like, most of the leaders in this set are 6k power or have a means of defending against 6k attacks. So it's just very strong. Here's our little dynamic duo when they're still on the Roger Pirates ship. I don't know if there's like if this is actually from a scene, this Shanks card, but still. I appreciate that they made both of them rares because if they only made one of them a rare, then it would have felt really bad for the other guy. You don't know that there's a 7,000 power leader? Dude, what? But I will say it's kind of fake. Because what the clause is first of all, at the start of your turn, you attach one of your dong that you gained to your leader. There's some conditions. Fuck, how do I say this correctly? If you have dong on your field, when you gain dong, you attach one of your dong cards to your leader. So on the first turn, you don't have to attach a dong to your leader, and when you've already reached 10 dong, you don't have to attach dong to your leader. But aside from that, you're always playing one dong off of curve. And then, of course, if you have 9 or less dong cards on your field, the leader gains minus 2,000 power. So essentially, it's a 2-color, 5-life, 5,000 power leader that plays off of curve, but then once he reaches 10 dong, suddenly he's 7,000 power base with basically no restriction. Yeah, dude, they showed the stat line like so early on, and then they showed the effect, and I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. But I still think that the deck is probably good. Now, I think the deck is probably good now that Blue Purple Luffy doesn't exist, because there's a reason to play it towards that more control style, whereas before it was just felt like bad Blue Purple Luffy, which honestly a lot of decks felt like bad Blue Purple Luffy. So I can see a world now that Blue Purple Luffy is banned, not banned, but like very heavily restricted, that like Roger could actually be a pretty solid deck in the meta. So I'm gonna need to try that now. Ha! Up. Black Maria could boost you, but then also at the end of the turn, because you go back to your opponent's thing, you like undo your ramp. So I don't necessarily think that it's that worth it. Plus, it's only on your turn. I think the important part is being 7k on the opponent's turn. Yes. Cool. What do you guys think about this law? Like, the effect is crazy. If you have one card or less in your hand, you become a blocker, and then on play, you bounce back one of the cards to your hand and play out a 5-cost or less character rested. I just don't know if it's worth it. If that makes sense. Like, it's just a good card that puts out very solid cards onto the board as well. But I don't know if decks actually need this. And I wonder if that spot, especially since it doesn't have counter, could be used better, especially in a color like green that has a lot of very high power top end. Oh, Cope decks that caught my eye. I think there's actually a pretty good number of Cope decks. Sorry, I've read some of the things in chat a bit late. Vegapunk, I think, would be quite strong. Yellow Bonnie is new, but I think she has some potential. I'm trying to remember. I had a couple that I thought of. Oh, Green Blue Zoro-Sanji, I think could be really good, and I think Lim could be very good. But I think that I'm just needed to try all of those to see which one of those like high value, low to the ground aggro decks actually ends up being best. But I think that like any of those types of decks that play with their dong efficiently, just spread out their board and just do very quick things, is going to be very nice. Loja! And costs 13,000. And maybe there's a new card for you, Cross. If your leader is Roger Pirates, then you nullify all of your own characters and leader. Then on play, you minus 3 dong and give your leader plus 2,000 power until the end of the opponent's next end phase, and all of the opponent's characters minus 2,000 power as well until the end of their next end phase. So it's kind of making your leader a pseudo 11k, but a bit hard to use because it's -3, so you can't put down 2 in a row. But it makes your leader 9k base, which is crazy strong. You just need to make sure that you can actually finish the game off of that, I think. Marco could be good. Marco got some pretty good buffs with the Whitebeard Pirates stuff in blue, also the Three Brothers SR in red. So I think Marco could actually also be good too, but I think that the issue is that Emo being so heavily anti-control, anti-removal makes it tricky to actually play decks like that, so it'll largely come down to the meta. What's this called again? 力に屈した、靴下。いや、力に靴下男生まれて意味がねえだろう。Basically Diable Jambe with 3000 counter. Great card. Zoro as in Green Zoro? Green Zoro I think struggles a bit against Ema, but otherwise it's still the same deck, so still pretty solid. This is one of the reasons why I think that Vegapunk is so good in this set. 5 cost 7,000, Egghead, and Scientist, meaning it's also playable off of the 5 cost Vegapunk, and because your leader is Vegapunk, it's a 1 cost 7,000. So I think that card's great. Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, I'm just here for the experience. I'm not going to look at the price of any of the cards, especially since I have some people to, some people as in like a couple of people, I guess, though. I don't know how many people are watching to open these up with. It's more enjoyable as well, because usually I would just, oh, sorry, I've had this kind of just sitting here for a while. I would usually just sit there in my own misery, staring at the cards that I pulled and thinking about the prices and doing the math and not wanting to do that ever again. Yeah, no, I think OP13 is going to be very power creepy, so we're gonna have to see what's in store for us. I just realized we haven't gotten SR this box, have we? Until this Susi. Have we not? Or have I just put them in this pile? Oh, we got Gorose. Right. I should probably separate them. We got Gorose and we got Stussy. Stussy, I think, is actually maybe one of the strongest Vegapunk cards that we've gotten. Also, of course, good for whatever her name is, Yellow Bonnie. We got we got Roger too. Right. So that's true. I've put it in the wrong pile. 1 second. There it is. Like, yeah, that's what we have so far. Stussy though, 7 cost 7,000 blocker, which on play if your leader is Egghead, then you can play a 5 cost or less trigger character from your hand. So that alongside basically any of Vegapunk's cards, that alongside, if I can find it somewhere. Here it is. I bought this yesterday, so it's still in the still has the price tag on it. The 5 cost Boa Hancock from PRB02, I think, is also a great target to just drop off this. So you play 7k, 7k, and you can lock one of the opponent's leaders or characters. I think there's a lot of good things that you can do, potentially. Yeah. I very rarely buy boxes. I bought 1 box last set just because wonder why I did. Can't remember at this point. But I was just very hyped for the set, I think. There's the Sabo event again. And I got the Teach comic parallel, like the 3rd year anniversary, whatever Teach thing, which was crazy. And I was going to make a tweet out of that, but then I forgot to, and then the timing got awkward. But other than that, I very rarely open up boxes. Yeah, 120 yen is very cheap. You could probably find that card for like 80 yen in some stores as well. Yeah, the thing is, like, total, like, I very rarely buy boxes because if you do the math, then like statistically you're always going to lose. But if you don't do the math and you have people to talk to, then it's a bit more enjoyable. こら。世界の均衡など永遠にも保てぬのだ。よく。おでん。Let me separate these cards a little bit. Okay, Atlas. Oh, also, this card, although it's just like a generic 2K, which you've seen a lot recently, is a scientist, which also means it's a Vegabunk target. So 5 cost 6,000 scientist target is pretty solid. And Sanji, another very solid card. Vegapunk has enough 2Ks, but he doesn't have enough targets for the 5 cost Vegapunk. That's the thing that I've been noticing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not necessarily here to... I'm not here to win. I'm here to get a wide selection of cards so I don't have to run out and buy for every single deck. Like, Iizasu, Baron, Venus, Jiro. I don't know how much these cards cost, but just having the cards at my disposal, not having to go out and find every single one of them is going to be great for when I'm building Imu. Lintija? I think that you might have a gambling problem with the way that you're talking about the cards. But I respect it if you have the financial freedom to, do whatever you want, For me, I very rarely buy boxes because I always buy like the worst, or I always pull like the worst thing possible. Hey, first time that we've seen this card. This is on main, you rest 2 more Dong, so it's the same cost as Luna, but you can only lock 2 characters that cost 7 or less. And on counter, you gain plus 3,000. Really, you're paying for the counter. And for people who are stopping by more recently, here's the bonus pack alt art version. So we're really hoping to get more of these. Maybe after this box, we'll open up some more of those bonus packs since, to be honest, we have a lot. But we're working our way through them. Yeah, I store cards by color, and I store cards by color, cost, and set. Yeah, all of the Gorose are planets. Nasujiro is Venus, V Nasujiro. And people have told me that his name is not Venus, so I had to kind of correct that. But I just kept calling him Venus for a little while. You get the bonus packs by buying 2,000 yen worth of packs for, what's it called? Doesn't have to be the new set, but anything. And 2 useful Gorose cards. Plus 4K unconditionally, and obviously the Searcher. My hair's a bit of a mess today. Last pack. Are we going to get an SR, or is this going to be one of the worst boxes? Oh, Sanda Sonia. Little Oza Jr. What does this card do again? On attack, if your leader is Whitebeard Pirates, draw 1 card. Maybe a bit slow for a 7 cost 7k. Haruta. Momonosuke. Gomu Gomu no Elephant Gatling. Jupiter. I'm glad we got that. Okay. So, from this box, a far cry from our first box where we got these. But nonetheless, I'm here for the art, and I'm here for you guys. Oh yeah, Japanese boxes in general only have 1 alt in them because they're half the size of English boxes. Let's open up a couple more of these. Open up 3 because I have like a bunch. You can't use English cards in official Japanese tournaments. You can in unofficial tournaments. Oh, Ace. This is the blocker which draw 2 and puts 2 to the top or bottom. Probably not usable, but you know, these packs are a bonus anyways. I didn't have to pay for them. They just come if you buy packs, so I'm never gonna complain. Why is this one kind of cooked? Hold on, I can't open this. Okay. My favorite leader, as in like from an art perspective or from like a gameplay perspective? I think gameplay perspective, I really enjoy Red Purple Luffy, just because it's very simple. Yes. Sabo! エースが許せねえってよ. A box over here is 5,280 yen, which if you do the conversion to your currency, you're probably going to feel very sad about how expensive your boxes are, because they have about half of the cards, but I think they're about a third of the price. I'm trying my best not to mess up the cards, but it's really hard when there's one thing in here. Either way, though, I'm going to play them, so like it doesn't matter if the card is bent or not, because they're going into a sleeve anyways and into my deck. Oh, sorry, here's the last one. Sable. How much does a box cost for you guys? Yeah, it's like 100 Australian dollars. I know that you guys have about the same currency as Japanese things. 100. Yikes, that's crazy, no? Yeah, like, I mean, this whole box, it has, to be fair, half the hits that you guys have in your boxes, but it's 5,000 yen-ish, which in USD would be like about $35 or something. Oh, wait, is like 120, I imagine USD, like a retail price, or is that the price that people are selling them for? 100 pre... Yo, wait, you guys are getting ruined by tariffs? That's 100 MSRP. That's crazy. What? You guys are getting robbed so hard, no? Wait, that's so sad. Oh my god, that's like unbelievable. I'm not... I feel like I can't make a joke, but I want to make a joke about that time that everyone stormed the Capitol. Yeah. Yeah, and you guys also have people scalping them too. I imagine like it's just brutal to actually be able to get cards, be able to put together decks. Plus, you guys don't have like card shops nearby. I have, if I walk 10 minutes, like 4 different card shops. Anyways, we're going into box number 3. It's the distributor's fault, or like how exactly does that work? You guys, they're charging 65 USD for OP13 boxes. Is that like also a tariff thing and also like shipping costs, or is that also just like the local game stores committing crimes against humanity? I'm looking at some of the prices. It's just devastating to look at. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with that. Uh, I didn't even know that the US has like Bandai stores. Interesting. Import costs. I see. Um, sleeves. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Hold on. Oh, I think I found a deck. Okay. Sorry. Just grab a card. Insane that the first card that I pulled out was one cost Rebecca. The sleeves and stuff that I use. I generally use the Bandai official sleeves, but if there's a sleeve distributor that wants to sponsor me, then let me know. And you're only allowed to, by the rules, use up to double sleeve. So this is just in the character sleeve, and then I have a matte sleeve. These are by Ami. They're a Japanese company, and they fit quite nicely. They last for a while, and they work. I don't know. I haven't checked like any of the prices. $21 for a pack of. To be fair, I think that like Romance Dawn stopped printing, so the prices of them have gone up. But still, that's like you can almost you could buy like over half a box in Japan for that price. I think. Oh, what the fuck! I wasn't looking. Yes, let's go. Sorry, I was looking at chat and just looked at my hands like, why is it black? Okay, this is actually like one of the ones that I wanted the most though of the Gorose. Let me see if I can get a good angle for you guys. Okay, that's probably as good as I can do. It's very so nice actually, because you have Wolkyuri in his base form in the back, then you have obviously the bull, or I don't know what you call it, inoshishi in English. Yeah, I think you put oversleeves in reverse. I think as long as you have two sleeves, then yeah. Yeah, the star in the corner thing is only if you get like the God pack with all of the things in the same pack. But yeah, this is just the base alt art. But this alt art alone, at least when I checked my local game store when I bought the whole case earlier, it was like 4,000 yen, which is, I will say, probably cheap for you guys, but in Japan, on the expensive side, it would be anywhere from like $25 to $30, and usually alt arts are anywhere from like 10 to 15-ish dollars. So yeah, yeah, this is just like the base alt art version, but still very expensive for Japan. The other version of this, which has like the special star in the corner and stuff, and like the sort of SP texturing, I think that one's like $200 to $300 plus each. So that one's insanely expensive, but it's the exact same art as this, so I would prefer to just run this. Yeah. The thing is, in Japan, I don't know if it's maybe like a thing of culture, but we don't have that many people who either like open packs to invest in the game or like make a profit. So the actual value of the boxes usually comes from all the SRs and rares that you get that you don't have to buy separately. The alt arts are relatively cheap in Japan. That's sick though. I hope they get one of each, but maybe optimistic. But we've achieved one. I didn't even know this card came out. Just a 2 cost 4,000 vanilla. Hmm. Kino. Otama. We're very consistently pulling Otama. The case was like 6,000, or not 6,000, 63,000 yen-ish. Which in your local currency, I would have no idea. But you very rarely see things in Japan that aren't selling for retail price. That's just the standard. Bullet. I haven't actually talked about this too much, but this card actually I think is one of the cards that would be able to save Roger, because it can ramp you a Don card and also is basically a 3 cost 6,000 later on. But honestly, pretty early on because you get the ramp and get to that point really quickly. So solid card, I think. And hey, we have the side by side comparison, and I think now we have 4 of this blocker, so that'll be great. Oh, it's weird that both of them have the guy in the background, isn't it? I just realized that. Very hard to see because of how dark this one is. But it's like Bro with himself in the background and the exact same thing Bro with himself in the background. It's just a Gege aura in one of them. Yeah, 500, 430 USD. If you put it like that, it sounds kind of cheap. But I assure you, I do have to say also that in Japan we just make less money from working. I make like basically about 1,500 yen per hour, but I'm able to do things like this because I also do YouTube on the side. I'm also streaming this, which helps me a lot. I appreciate it. Oh, I guess maybe I should say, because everyone tells me I should say this more often, if you consider liking the stream, that also helps YouTube push it out to more people. Subscribing if you haven't already. Maybe if you guys enjoyed this unboxing, I'll try to do it like more often. I don't know if I'll do a case every time, but 4K event. If you guys enjoy it, then I'll maybe try doing some more chill, especially stream content, because this is a good way to talk to you guys while just doing something on the side. Yeah, it's hard to compare prices, but even disregarding all of the small technical things, like how you just don't make very much money in Japan for working like a normal job, and my job's like on the better side. A lot of people gain like 1,000 to 1,200 yen per hour. Um, which for you guys would probably be anywhere from like 7 to like $8-ish. It's still, looking at your prices, absurdly expensive. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, no, honestly, like 1,500 yen per hour, especially in Japan, just isn't bad because you can buy lunch for 1,000 yen. Um, but the real thing that's helped me out, and I just have to say thank you to you guys, is YouTube, because YouTube has been able to support me um, much more than I could have ever anticipated. Not that YouTube's actually a thing that I could consider doing full time as a job, especially without sponsors, but because of YouTube, I'm allowed to sort of not feel stressed about my financial situation, just because I have that little bit of extra net, and that's just so valuable to me. So honestly, thank you guys so much. That's funny that I chucked out the the rare card off to the side and left Charos on the stream. How much is a box in Korea? I actually don't know too much about Korean pricing. 에이스가許せねってよ. 30. Oh wow, that's really cheap, isn't it? 38k won, I think, is about like 3,800 yen ish. At least last time that I checked. Um, and I imagine you guys have like about the same prices or same amount of cards in the packs as us. So actually, very nice. Checking. Hey, two in a row of the new events. Nice. I don't. I think that maybe this card you run like two of at most, just because the main effect is kind of hard to use. But this one, I wouldn't be surprised if you ran anywhere like 3 to 4 of them. Yeah, I think Korean packs and maybe Chinese packs as well. I think I've opened up like one Chinese pack randomly at some point. Have 6 cards. I don't know why you people, you people as in everyone. I'm sure that there's people who are in like Southeast Asia and stuff in here as well. But I don't know why um you guys have packs that have double the amount of cards as us. Like 12 cards per pack and having 2 hits per pack feels, 2 hits as in like 2 shiny cards per pack, feels a bit, hey, Yamato. Weird, because in Japan at least, the packs are smaller, but you're clearly just getting 1 shiny thing per pack, like this one, which is 5 cost 6,000 on play. If you have 3 or less life, draw 2 cards and attach 1 Restodonk to your leader. Only leader, right? Yeah. Pretty solid card. The art's also very nice. We're doing art reviews in here. I think that the alt art's still probably better than this, but the normal art's also pretty sick. Oh, yeah. Wait. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's probably good in Nami as well, for sure. It's actually probably like insane in Nami. Just because I think that that deck generally prefers to play the 1 core as well. So definitely something to try for sure. Oh wait, you guys aren't even, or like, so pack size is pretty standard, 12 cards per pack. Which I'm just at its core confused why that's the standard. But 2 hits is not. So does that mean that you just look through 12 cards and see 1 shiny card in other card games? Yeah. I think Nami isn't a real deck until you get the 7-cost Olden. But without the promo, you can still play that deck for sure. Ah, Dragon. Main so far for OP13 seems to be Imu, just because the deck power is absurd. But I don't know if I'm going to be playing Imu just because I want to find something that beats it. What else? This and Don card. Yay! These Don cards are really nice though. I have my set of Don cards, so I probably just give these to one of my friends. Because they've always been kind to me. Actually, let me, just because this is our star hit from this pack, let's put it somewhere easier to see. That works. That works. Yeah, there's so many things that I want to try in this set. So just buying a case and just getting like a good selection of all of the cards. If I can at least get like one of each of the rares, that'll help me a lot with and like most of the SRs, that'll help me a lot with being able to build up the decks that I need. The one issue though is of course that I have a massive pile of stuff on the side here. Oh, this probably should be in a different pile. I'm sorting 2 piles right now. I'll sort it better by color later on of like cards that I think would probably go into my decks immediately and cards that I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to figure out how to deal with this big stack of cards later on. Shaka though, going straight into my pile of usable cards though. Same with this one. And Boni, insanely good SR. Well, I almost fucked up that card. Insanely good SR in the decks that can use it. Tips for building Rayleigh Leader. I talked about it a little bit yesterday in the All Blue episode. I think that the deck is mostly built, and you just need to kind of decide how many rush cards you want to put in for the meta. If there's a lot of black removal, you probably want more rush cards. If there's a kind of like slower game like we were expecting in OP12 before the bans, then you could probably get away with playing something similar to what Japan had, with just like a few rush cards at most. But it's one of those things where you're gonna have to see how your meta is going to end up developing and build based on that. Ha! Hankoku. Hmm. How do I store my cards? The thing is, I don't buy boxes very often. I only buy the cards that I need, so I don't have very big storage, which is the big thing for me, which is why I'm worried about what's going to happen with all of these cards. But I just have 1 box per color that I've sorted by set, and within the sets I sort by cost. NL is a hard matchup for Rayleigh, yeah. I think it's beatable if they miss out or get the 9-cost Yamato quite late, but that won't always happen. But I think that Rayleigh in general just has a very good matchup into a lot of other things. I also think that NL might be slightly overhyped, though I enjoy the deck just because in the face of all the other control leaders, he might end up having some bad matchups that disincentivize people from playing NL. But in the early meta, it's hard to actually tell like what people are actually going to play, so it's a bit of a jungle. Just play kind of what you want and hope you don't hit your bad matchups. Thank you, Legend2K. I appreciate the support, and obviously all of you guys here. GP Luffy, I think that, in my opinion, the most well-rounded deck after the bans is going to be Red Rayleigh in OP12. Yes, more emu cards. But Green Zoro, I think, is one of those leaders that commands and demands respect, and also did I say Ima or Green Zoro? I don't know. I just looked at the Ima leader. Green Purple Luffy loses to Red Rayleigh, but has just solid consistency and damage into, or like power into a lot of the other decks. So I can see him doing very well. I think it's just kind of, do you play those aggressive fast decks like Rayleigh or Zoro? Do you play the control decks that beat them, like NL, Yellow Kid? Or do you play the decks that beat those, like Black Teach, Purple Luffy, and, you know, kind of figure out what you want to do from there? UP Sanji, I think, has become a little bit worse because there's probably going to be more Green Zoro and less Blue Purple Luffy, and that was really where he shined. But the deck is just a lot of fun. You can tech Blue Purple Sanji with what's that called? Gum Gum Jet Karabari, to be able to get rid of the opponent's low cost characters, making him pretty good into aggro if you tech your deck that way. But Zoro's just always going to be difficult because you just rest your characters and hits into them. Shanks. The art's nice on this. And we have the alt art right here, so we can compare. I think this art on the left is by Bisai. His colorization is just very recognizable. I might prefer the base art more, to be honest. Although I feel like this is probably the more popular art. Just the sort of like aura that Shanks has, where he's not actually fighting, commands respect. UP Luffy may be bannable, not maybe bannable, maybe savable after the ban list, just because you have some cards like, what's it called? The Don Quixote package that you can maybe build towards, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, to be honest. Blue-Green Zoro Sanji, I think, is actually going to be probably good. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I can see it beating Ima, just because it hits you a lot with 6-cost characters, and Ima struggles to deal with 6 costs. And if it can beat Ima, I think there's a lot of merit to playing that deck in the meta. See it. See it. Sorry, I have the card kind of far away from me because I have a camera in between me and it, so if I want to read what the card says, I have to pull it off screen for a second. 杖って分かってんだから、初めから全開だ. That card's so broken. I don't think that they're going to hit anything for a while. Like, I don't think Bandai really likes banning things. So if they were to ever, I don't know if nerf is the right thing, but like ban more cards out, I think that'd be in like several months. And probably by that point, I would imagine that the game's been power crept, even just OP13, to the point that you maybe no longer need to deal or worry about Green Zoro. Just Green Zoro locks a lot of decks from being able to play in the meta, which is a bit annoying. Betty, I don't think beats Ima. Just because Betty doesn't have any rush characters aside from Inazuma. Inazuma's kind of eh. But Ima has Marcus Mars, which I'm realizing we only got one so far, so hopefully we get more of those soon. Ima has a way of dealing with those cards much more easily. So it's easier for Ima to deal with Betty than for Betty to deal with Ima, in my head at least. But if Betty can get onto the board, and for example, if Ima fails to clear out something like the 4-cost Karase when it's played, then I do think that Betty could have a pretty good shot. Especially if Betty goes second, I think she has a shot, but I think that if Ima goes second, it's probably just a 1 game for him. Bonnie as in yellow Bonnie or green Bonnie? Yeah, the SR boa from PRB02 is very good. I actually bought it last night because I was thinking maybe this could be the answer for Vegapunk into the Green Zoro matchup, but I would need to try that. And there's Saturn, our trusty unremovable searcher. I was thinking like Saturn was kind of whatever at the beginning because like a 4-cost searcher is kind of expensive, but for Ima it doesn't matter too much, and also because your leader effect, you just rest this once and then get a draw off of it. And if you think of this like as a 4-cost draw 1 and search 1, then I think that it's completely justifiable to have it be this power line. Both Bonnies. Into Ima, I think Yellow Bonnie could have a shot if she can curve well, but I think that's just the big if. It's like if you can manage to curve well, then like you're going to just have a great time in general into a lot of decks. But I think that the consistency of that deck could be an issue. Green Bonnie into Ima. I've seen people say that that could be winning for Bonnie because you also have things like the 9 causes total to consider as well. But I would need to test it to be sure. I think that both Bonnies could be potentially well situated in the meta, but obviously with this card now being something to consider on main rest 5 Don cards and minus 8,000 power any one of the opponent's characters, it definitely reduces some of the strengths that green had over some of the decks in the meta. Blue Buggy. The issue with Blue Buggy is that although he's like just strong in general, the deck has always in OP12 in Japan struggled immensely into Green Zoro. People have teched in things like Slave Arrow to try to deal with that. There's also a nice combo with the 7-cost promo buggy into, I believe, the 2k Kabaji, which cannot be KO'd in battle if you have a buggy on the board. So there's some things you can put in to potentially make that a little bit better, but I do think that it's a bit tricky, even if you put in the tech cards for that matchup. Anyways, our third box. Yes, Japanese boxes are smaller. The SRs, not quite it. These are some of the weaker SRs in my opinion, but super happy about this. This is all I wanted. And in my opinion, one of the best Gorose from the selection that we have as well. So glad that I have that one. The art's sick. Hoping to get a couple more. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the next box. Let's go through another 3 of these. Woo! Black, I think Black Vortex is good. Yeah, if you're a black deck, you can use Black Vortex. Blue decks can use, what's it called? Slave Arrow. Yellow decks can use like Nutty Gabra Arrow. There's a lot of things, like purple decks can also use Hell's Judgment, for example. There's a lot of things that exist to open it like this. Deal with what's it called? Zoro. It's just that Zoro's strength isn't just his leader, but it's also his characters that he plays onto the board because they have such high stat lines and they're very efficient. So it's kind of just like, is it going to actually be enough? We're not sure yet. I have best way to support me. Hold on, let's open this. Another Subble. I really want the new cards. Best way to support me. Super chats work. And I have a PayPal, which I linked in like a different stream, but I haven't put that in the description here. But the best way to support me for free is to like and subscribe to the channel and interacting with the chats as well. I get like a little graph that shows when people were interacting and commenting and stuff, which is fun to look at. Uta could be good. I would need to try Uta, but I have no idea because it's been such a long time since Uta's been good. My last name is Weiss, but I am not half German. My grandparents were, and after lots of going around the world, I am now Japanese. Man, we're getting... I mean, they're still nice cards and they're free, so I'm not going to complain. But I'm really looking for the new ones. Okay. Bam, next box. You get these packs in Japan by buying 2,000 yen worth of packs of any set starting from today. It just happens to be that I'm buying the new set, so therefore I got a bunch of those packs. But if you were to buy any set from an official store, not official store, I guess, but any officially licensed store, then you get those packs as well. We still have 9 boxes to get through, actually, so I will need to kind of speed it up a little bit. this on time. Do you have any recommendations where to go? I do know locals. I don't know too many because I don't go to locals very often. But like, if you go to the Bandai TCG Plus app, there's just a lot of um, like you'll see on the map just a bunch of things around you. Especially if you're in Tokyo, there's going to be like one every single day, no matter what. But places to consistently go, I'm not really sure. A name. Thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I'll try my best with the polls, and I will make sure to get some nice lunch because $15 in USD is a lot of yens. We're getting a lot of this dragon. I'm not convinced how good the dragon is. But thank you very much for the $15 donation. Sorry if I'm missing some of you guys' questions, by the way. Main leader I'm looking at is Emu, just because I think that leader is so powerful. But I'm looking for something that can beat it consistently, for the most part. Japanese locals are not cool with playing English cards. It's one of those weird things where, by the rules, you're supposed to use Japanese cards, and people play by the rules very seriously. So, unfortunately, unfortunately, they probably wouldn't let you for the most part. But Japanese cards are also pretty cheap, so if you're intending to play in like multiple tournaments, you can make a deck for probably less than like $30 or something. Just not a deck like Blue Purple Luffy. OP13 Luffy? OP13 Luffy, I think could be good. I think people are building it wrong. People right now are building it with like 8 cost Mihawk, 9 cost Zoro, and 10 cost Shanks and playing it very much towards the back end. But I think that what you want to play are cards like this. Every time they're talking about a card, it comes up. Maybe I need to talk about the God Pack. I think that you play towards the front, you just play very efficiently with your Dong, spread out your board quickly, hit a bunch at small thresholds, and then use your leader effect after to protect your board and yourself to make sure that they can't kill it, and just try to overwhelm them with those smaller attacks. In my mind, that seems like the better way to build it, but a lot of people are putting in things like the 9 cost Zoro to be able to deal with things like what's it called? Ima. I'm not convinced that 9 Zoro is enough to beat Ima, but it is something. Bottom decking Ima's trash probably isn't going to do enough because he trashes so many different cards. Yeah. Nah, my girlfriend introduced me to One Piece and also the card game, but she doesn't actually play it just because she doesn't really have the time to. She understands the rules, and a lot of this is me just I open up cards or like buy cards and like show them to her, like check it out, whoa, and I give it to her, and then like she puts it in her little binder. But she doesn't actually play the game. She kind of just collects all of the prize cards that I get. So I'll probably give this to her. Um, where you can find the price of gold Bonidong. The place that I check, I think some people before were checking Yuyute, but Yuyute generally I don't find their prices reliable because all the time it's like sold out, which means that generally they're like priced lower than they should be, or they're just putting like a placeholder price. The actual place that I would check is Dorasta. I don't know if you can find that with Dorasta, DORASUTA.com, or if you have to type in their full name, Dragonstar. And that place has like very consistent, solid pricing that you can check like what the norm for any price is in Japan. We don't really have like TCG player equivalent. Yeah, Card Rush also works as well. But like those bigger stores like Full Comp, Card Lab, Dorasta, they're all pretty solid. Strategy for EMA match, I haven't actually been able to play the EMA mirror match, so I can't say for sure, which is just one of the things that I'm hoping to be able to do soon. But I think generally you probably just go second. You just play as many gold rolls as you can, and just go burr. Oh, good card. Oh, hold on. It's DORA. SUTA. Sorry, my keyboard's like in a terrible spot right now because this is where I usually have my keyboard. But I think it should also come up if you type in Dragon Star, like the comment right above you from Camus or Camus16. Now we haven't pulled any leaders yet. These are all of like the alt arts that we've pulled so far. And the funny thing was, I think that this Shanks came from like the second pack of the first box, and this one came from like the third or the fourth pack of the first box. But I'm glad that I can kind of just chill with you guys. East Asia like Southeast Asia? I guess that's true. Jipita. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works for them, because I think they have like an Asia English version, but I don't know exactly how that works, so I never actually played there. Yeah, actually, I don't even know if you mulligan for the stage killer event, because I think you just don't even start with the 7-cost stage in play, which every single time we talk about a card, it just pops up, by the way. That's so weird. I think that you just play with the 1-cost stage starting on the board, because if you don't find that after they kill your stage, then you're in a lot of trouble. I think just in terms of like consistency, you just want to make sure that you start with that 1-cost stage. Yeah. Sabo into Rayleigh and Zoro. I haven't been able to test the matchups. Let me think about how I may be able to answer that question. I think that Zoro's easier to deal with just because everything on your board and your leader is plus 1k, which basically is like you're saving 2k counter every single turn. For the... You also have like a lot of survivability. You have like solid counter events as well. Like, you know, this one as well. Plus 3k to your leader, and also be able, it makes it easier to get rid of some of the opponent's board, which is something. Rayleigh, though, just because you're 5 life and you have a bunch of blockers, I think should be winning. So I think that Sabo is very well situated in the meta, but we just kind of need to see how the meta actually ends up settling down. Oh! What's it gonna be, guys? Ace, Ima. Ima. We'll go slowly. The first card is an Ima card. I'm hoping for Ima. If we get the Crying Bling, it'd be really funny. Yonkov. Goldon. Vegapunk. Waporu. And... Oh. Ace. That's great. The 2 alt arts that I wanted from this set were Ace and Ima, so we've gotten 1 down. Woo! Man, he's so sweaty. He's like me this morning trying to buy my case. Yeah, no, it looks great. I'm glad I also have like a solid camera to be able to show you guys too. Yes! And also, my girlfriend's favorite character. So, I haven't informed her that Sakazuki's been unbanned yet. But we've pulled the leader that I, at least visually, wanted the most. So, very happy about that. There is... You know what? Hold on. Maybe give me 1 second, guys. We'll have a bit of an intermission. Sorry, let me pull my thing for a second. Sorry, I'm back on my really shitty webcam because my actual nice camera is right here. But I didn't realize when I bought this camera that I can't charge it and use it at the same time, which was an oversight by myself, but not something that I really consider. So I need to, every now and then, change the battery just to make sure that the camera doesn't cut out. So I'm doing that right now, just to make sure that we don't randomly cut out in the middle of a pack and I get allegations that I've slipped in certain cards to make the unboxing more hype. We should now be set up though. And going back in, we're back. Yeah, Ace might be everyone's girlfriend's favorite. How rare are alt arts in Japan? Yeah. I mean, well, alt arts are guaranteed 1 per box, but the alt art leaders, I think, are 1 per 6 boxes, since I think you get 2 per case. So, on the rare side, but because we have a full case, we are guaranteed, I'm pretty sure, to get 2 leaders at some point, but happy that we got Ace, though. Let me now put that on the little budget throne that we have. I could maybe... Sorry, I have a Pokemon card here that I can maybe put this here. That should work for now. You can't see the texture too well, but... We got a leader! Woo! Okay. Yeah, I think the hit rates are basically exactly half of the English version. So, whatever you're used to, just imagine that the packs are cut in half, since we also only have 6 cards per pack as well. Yeah, you guys get 4 alt art leaders, 2 SPs per case. We get, yeah, literally exactly half. So, yeah. Does that also mean that for PRB you guys get like 2 golden dong per set as well? How does that work? Captain Kuro is not a leader I've seen in such a long time. I wouldn't be able to comment on anything about that leader. Back in OP03, I remember it struggled, but in this meta, I think there have also been some new cards that support it a little bit, but they aren't necessarily the cards that have really come into my mind as something that could save that deck. Mm-mm. 2 gold. That's kind of weird though. Like in Japan, it's like very clearly, you get it's clear what you were going to get from each case, but like it kind of feels awkward to get just like randomly double that. I will say the base art for this leader is great. Yeah, no, gold dong are expensive here too. I think it's like the only big value thing in PRB, and I don't necessarily care too much about dong cards. So for me, PRB is not the set, but there are people who like to coordinate their decks to have like the same dong cards and also same sleeves and everything. There we go. We have Ace and Newgate. Yeah. Yeah, I think for sure if you just want to be a collector of the game, then collecting Japanese cards is best. It's also like the original language as well, which is an argument to make. But yeah, even some Japanese cards will end up being expensive. I even think that some of our cards are actually more expensive. Like, how much is is it OP03? I don't remember. The Hancock SP, where she's like looking at the camera like with like the silvery background. Because that card in Japan's like absurdly expensive. Shot. Oh, I didn't realize it was an SR. Shanks, second SR of the set, of the box. So far, 2 10-12s. Are there more 10-12s? I know there's a 10-13 in the set. Oh, there's also Gorose. That's true. 300-ish? Maybe yours is actually more expensive. I think ours is about like anywhere from 25,000 to 35, or to, yeah, 25 to 35-ish. That's crazy. Who's spending $300 on one card? Oh, what the fuck? Speaking of Gorose, this keeps happening. Hold on. Oh, hey, so yeah, the God Pack. Maybe I should try that next set. Mangas are 500 to 1,000. Oh, dude, our mangas in Japan are anywhere from like 30,000 yen to upwards. If you don't include the 10 cost Nika from OP05, I believe. Yeah, I think so. then like the highest they end up going is around like 100,000 yen. But like there's big variance. Manga Roger. Yeah, the Roger's also expensive in Japan. Oh, the thing with the $1,000 for the God Pack and OP13 is that that's cheap. Because you can only get the alt art, like the SP version of these cards from the God Pack. Like people were seeing that and being like, dude, whoever bought this, insanely lucky. Yeah, no, the fire mangas are going to be insanely expensive as well. But yeah, like the general normal alt arts range anywhere from like 30,000 yen to 100,000 yen in Japan. Some of them are a little bit more. They don't really go less than that though. Our packs not that easy to open overseas and stuff. I just kind of go meh, and it's open. It also doesn't put any stress on the cards too. I think that we're still guaranteed one alt art in the next couple of packs. We're getting close to the end of this box. Israeli manga? No, the cheapest one is Sogeking from OP03. That one's probably about the same price as the Hancock SP. This one feels really thick. But that might just be my superstition. Okay. Those are... What is this called again? Oh, Kinkai no Nishi. Yeah, from East Blue. I really like this art style. It makes me feel like it should be a Wano card, but we'll see. What an insane box, by the way. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Here we go. Yay! I will say this is, in my opinion, the best one, but it's funny we have two of them. Imagine we get 4 of these, then I'd actually keep it. But this means that now I have 1 to trade. Let's go! And but like honestly, these are great though. All of these Giga alt arts are just super expensive. Not that I would sell them though. It's just like a good frame of reference, I guess. But I'm happy to have something of value to trade to my friends if I decide to trade it or if I decide to play it. Man, it's pretty sick. I very rarely full alt art my decks. I just like to get the art that is that I prefer. So for example, like this Tenka Shanks, although I've pulled the alt art, even if I was going to full alt art one of my green decks, I'd probably just keep the lower rarity one. Obviously, I'll use this because I have it now. Just because I prefer the art for this one a bit more. Maybe that's controversial, but I just use the art that I prefer, assuming that it's not that expensive. But in Japan, alt arts aren't that expensive, so it's like not actually like a big toll. Still though, I'm very glad that we got 2 of these, because there is also the chance that you just never end up actually getting one of those Giga alt arts with how many different alt arts are in the set. Yeah, yeah. I feel like this thing, this collab with Gege Akutami was a bit of a special thing because we saw that like there was the whole thing with his medical condition. So I don't know if we're gonna get more collabs in the future, but there are some promo cards which maybe people don't know, like the 8-cost secret rare Uta back in OP02 is written by Demizu Polska, which is the person who wrote I'm blanking on the name of it. It's something Neverland, I think. Great card. And so there are some collabs here and there, but you know this is just a very bold introduction of Gege and the Gorose into the card set. Oh, Promise Neverland. Yeah, yeah. I was going to say something completely different. Yeah, actually, the person, Demis Polska, who wrote Promise Neverland, has actually made like maybe 2 or 3 cards for the set. Or not this set, but like for the card game. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it's called in English, guys. For me, it's just 約束のネバーランド。hold on. フラメンコ。Ah, Vista. Oh, actually, maybe this is the first time we saw this Vista. Maybe I just skipped over it before. But this Vista, my opinion of it was kind of low in the beginning, but I'm starting to like this card more. It's just 6 cost 8,000 double attack once per turn if you were to be KO'd instead. KO'd or removed from battle by the opponent's effects. Then instead, if your leader is White Grid Pirates, you can trash one card instead. So just a very sticky vanilla stat line double attack card was just a lot better than I expected it to be. So, pretty solid card. Anyways, so this box. Vivin, we got 3 10 cost 12,000s. Another Topman Wokirise, one of the best elders in the set, as well as the ace leader. Great box. Yeah, this was the best box we've had so far. Okay, wait, sorry. Eventually I'm gonna run out of space up here. It's already getting a bit messy. Right. Yeah, dude, like basically an on KO, like guaranteed on KO draw one is so good. Even if they ignore it, you can just leader effect it away and it's always going to give you one draw almost no matter what. So yeah, no, that was a crazy box. But you are in a case you are going to have 3 boxes that have 2 hits in them, whether it be the leader or the SP card. So we have 2 more hype boxes like that to come at some point, which will be exciting. I'm glad I got Ace though, because that's one of those things where I would want to pull the trigger for a long time, but if Ace is ever really strong, then it's just I wonder how much are alt art leaders for you guys? Because I imagine like generally alt art leaders in Japan around like the first month-ish will be anywhere from like the bad ones will be like 3,000 yen ish, but the like generally decent ones will be anywhere from like 5,000 yen to upwards of like 8 to 9,000 yen, depending on how popular or good the card is. Maybe a little bit similar. You guys just generally seem to have slightly more expensive cards, but you guys have $200 leaders. Is that like the baseball green purple Luffy, or is it like an actual leader from a pack that's 200? What the fuck? Guys, the OP01 alt art Zoro leader is 300? That card's like $50 in Japan. 500 Australian dollars? The baseball Luffy's 500? Dude, the baseball Luffy is the same price as like my entire case. I'm sorry that I'm learning the Western market as I'm opening up the Eastern market. So my apologies for my oh, there goes all my cards. Apologies for my ignorance, but thank you guys for educating me. Newer leaders tend to be cheaper. Interesting. In Japan, the newer leaders are basically like the only expensive ones. And then eventually they'll come down over time. Like even OP01 cards that they don't print anymore are generally just like... Is gold Vegapunk actually $325? I feel like there's no way, right? Investor is such a weird word. Is it? Sorry, but is the gold Vegapunk actually $300? That makes... Whoa! Sorry, I wasn't looking. But there's our SP. Smolka! Oh, Vegapunk is a misprint, right? I forget what the other SPs were. There's Beckman. Let me get this up nice for the camera. Oh, that's sick. I think this is one of the better ones too, at least to me. There's Beckman, which not super usable, but the art's nice. There's Smoker. The blue one's Ace. The Ace one's kind of mid. Purple was Luffy. Black was Sabo. This is actually one of the nicer ones, isn't it? Oh, this is sick. I was honestly kind of hoping for the Lilith, just because I like Vegapunk. But I think this is maybe like it might just be the best one. I have no idea how much these are priced at, but I really like this new art style. It's actually like, hold on, if I can get a different angle, but like, oh yeah, that's a little bit better. Although you'd have to tilt your head a little bit. Mobile users, shout out to you guys. But the texturing on this is crazy. It's almost hard to look at for me. That's so true. I look at chat. The first message I see is you could wash laundry on those abs. Yeah, you're not wrong, are you? Punk Hazard just a fun arc, wasn't it? Like I think a lot of people rate it kind of low, but like it leads into Dressrosa. It's also just like a very comical arc in a way, with all of the sort of like law just ruining everyone's day for a while. Yeah. Hey, there's our SP. Yeah. I was always thinking like ever since OP01, because there's the thing with like Nami can search anything that's not called Nami, that like they're probably one day going to make a body swapped Frankie named Nami, and they did. It's just too bad that it was actually just a what's it called? A common vanilla 5 cost 7,000. But still though, it always like, and it's fun to me, is the right word. The interesting thing though is that this smoker is Slash, although he has a baton, and Tashigi. I mean, it's because they switch their weapons, you know. But like, um, Tashigi has a sword, but isn't Slash and stuff. There's some weird things like that. But Punk Hazard, for the card game, was a very good arc. Oh, they are sleeved, by the way. Sorry, this see, you can see the corner right there. Oh, they're all sleeved. Don't worry. And finally, Marcus Mars. I think I also really want the alt art of this, huh? This is the other kind of broken card in Ema, the one that kind of makes it not okay. Yeah, the 8 cost 10,000 Frankie card's kind of whatever. That's true. We do need some actually good Frankie cards. We also properly need a leader for every single Straw Hat before they make the 18,000th. Oh, that was the rare. 18,000th Luffy leader. Hold on. I think, what are we still missing? We got a Jinbei leader. There's still Brooke. There's still Frankie. We got Robin recently. Was there another one? I don't remember. Uh, uh, you know, we're hoping for them to not print another Luffy leader. We're probably going to get like 3 more Luffy manga alt arts in the next year. Yeah, JP packs they have 6 cards and only 1 rare per pack. It's literally half of what you guys have. But I've been informed that they're about a third of the price, maybe even a fourth. Hmm. Is it just Brooke and Frankie that don't have leaders? Brooke, I feel like would definitely want some sort of Laboon synergy, so I'd imagine he'd be black. Otaba. And Frankie, I have no idea. What would be cool for them? Brooke just having some sort of like resistance to being killed would be quite nice, but I can't think of any way to put that onto like a leader in an interactive and fun way. For Frankie, I don't know. I think if you just put out cool guys and speedos, then that's all that you can really ask for. Wolkity. We're getting a lot of Wolkity, as shown. But even the rare keeps popping up in like basically every single box. Water 7 for Frankie. That's true, so maybe he'd be purple. That'd be quite nice. We do randomly get Water 7 support here and there every couple of sets because Bandai wants to be like, okay, how about what's his name? I'm blanking so hard. Iceberg. Green black. We need another green black leader. Woo. Oh yeah, I think SP boxes always have a secret rare in them. But there is Sabo, which in my opinion is probably the strongest secret rare from the set. The art's sick too. Hey. I think that people haven't caught on that Red Black Sabo is good. I may just be coping. I think this deck is really, really good. So I might have to pick up more of the Sabo secret rare before people figure that out. Either way, I want to mess around with that deck. Oh yeah, Sabo's ability. Sorry. You should check out my video, by the way. It's quite nice too. 6 cost 7,000 blocker, activate main once per turn. You can attach you can give one of your characters +2 cost, and then you can attach a rested dong to your leader. This alongside with the leader. I have no idea where it'd be. Hold on. I should have separated the leaders. But if you're there, it is. Basically, the leader, if you have 4 or more life, gains minus 1,000 power, which is bad, but once you have an 8 cost on the board, which obviously this Sabo, because of his activate main, can make himself an 8 cost, you can make an 8 cost on the board that you can use to activate his effect. When you have 1 dong on the Sabo leader, you can make all of your leaders and characters plus 1,000 power. This is on your turn as well as the opponent's turn. So basically, it says 6 cost 7,000 blocker, but it's actually 8 cost 8,000 blocker, and that's just very nice, I think. Big believer in Subtle. Yeah, I will say though, that Secret Rare Ace, though it's bad, is very good in Sakazuki maybe, because it's on play, rush, and bounce back a 6 cost minimum. And with any sort of extra cost reduction, you could get rid of some absurd things. Even if the opponent bounces back something, they're not going to be bouncing back something significantly stronger if you can get that cost reduction in there as well. Buggy. I I think we do have the thing with like the leader pack not having any extra hits in them, but our packs are smaller, so like we're completely used to not having anything too spectacular in every single pack. But it makes it easier to just buy packs like willy-nilly, because each one of these packs are 220 yen. So like if you were to buy 5 packs, that'd be like a little bit over 1,000 yen. For you guys, a little bit less, I would imagine. So it's just very easy to just kind of casually buy packs, which is nice for people who are just in it to enjoy the artwork, because the artwork is pretty sick. I- ここに、ただ、oops, sorry. 頂点まで行ってこい. What is this called again? Oh, sorry, there's a SR under there. 梨のつぶて. And then the SR Stussy, a blocker, which if your leader is the type Egghead, then you can play a 5 cost or less trigger character from your hand. Very, very good for Vegapunk, very, very good for Yellow Bonnie. Oops. Okay. Pack in America is 880 yen. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, as long as you guys are enjoying the game, I guess. To be fair, your pricing is worth more than ours too. It's just it's easier to enjoy the game casually in Japan. Checking. Oh yeah, that's true. They revealed the alt art for Stussy before they revealed the regular art, but the regular art's also pretty cute. It's by Sunohara, the person who drew the OP01 Nami alt art. 6 mangas would be crazy. I don't have that kind of luck. I'm just kind of vibing right now. And hey, the other Egghead card. 9 costs 10,000 if your leader is Egghead, gains Rush, and the opponent is forced to peel one of their life. So basically reject on a body now, which is very strong. Kuma, or the Sigura Kuma maybe? $30. In Japan, it's also like 2,500 yen, which for secret rares in Japan is quite expensive. That card just hasn't really come down even after the set's been out for like 3 months. So I wonder if you guys will have the same thing. Like 8 cost Mihawk in Japan also just basically never moved in terms of price. Yeah, so per case in Japan, it's literally half of what you guys have in the English version. So it's 2 alt art leaders, 1 SP, and I think for this set also 1 Golden Rajardong, but I could be mistaken on that. It's day 1, so I don't know. And no, oh, and also 4 secret rares. And one of the secret rares is guaranteed to have the SP in it, like we had this set, or this box. Courtney, I don't know what part of Japan you're in. Buying a case is very difficult in Japan. I had to ask my local game store that I've been in contact with and friends with a lot of people who worked there for like 3 years very kindly if I could, and they let me. But to actually find a case from a trustworthy store, the best thing to do is to just find like those announcements on Twitter. In Japan, they call them katon, so that'd be an easier way to find those. I got this from, as we can see right under my camera, Tier 1, which is in Shibuya. So if you're in Tokyo, then you can maybe check them out. I don't know if they'll, like, they at least have boxes, but I don't know about cases. What do you mean by popular cheaters? Roja. Like, notorious cheaters? Because most of the people who've been caught cheating in Japan are completely ostracized from the community and you never see them again. Oh yeah, there's the Raja card. I looked at the message after I saw this. I thought you were messaging after you saw this, but no, there's Roger. Actually, yeah, we haven't seen too many of the 8 cost Rayleigh. We saw one in the first box, but not much since then. Character that I want to become a leader is Kuma. Just recency bias. Other than that, I want like a properly good Kirosu leader, and I think that we need like 4 or 5 more Luffy leaders. Now, cheaters in Japan are very uncommon. It's just people, most of the times people have been caught with multiple accounts. Sanji. Yeah, you could have like a 7 Warlords Kuma thing. Imagine if they made like, whatever, they do like one of these anniversary sets every year. Imagine if like OP13 or whatever it would be, is like 6 different Luffy leaders. It's like all 5 of his gears and like when he was a child or something. Which would be cool, I will say, but it would never be able to settle the allegations that Bandai has massive love for Luffy, which is completely understandable, by the way, because he's the main character. Like, I wouldn't complain. Luffy's just very nice, very cool, one of the main characters of all time, which makes it sound negative, but no, I really like Luffy. I do think that the game maybe has too many Luffy. Like that. Hey. Okay. Give me 1 second to message my girlfriend. ちょっと時間 Oh, actually, hold on. Let me take a picture of this ace and send it to her. Spawn. Fun. Because she's going to love this. Hey. いいでしょう。かっこいいよね。今配信中。Okay. Hi. That is the next box done. We pulled excellent secret rare. We got a great SP card. It looks so cool in person. And a couple of SRs. It's much too early to say if there's. Sorry if I missed some of your questions, by the way. It's much too early to say if there's going to be, what the best ace build is. I'm going to try a bunch of things, especially now that I have the alt art. I am heavily incentivized to do so. My girlfriend doesn't speak any English. She can say swear words. So, but she's Japanese, so she can't say them like fluently in English. So it's like really, really cute when she is swearing, because she's like, "Oh, what the fuck, fuck you, bitch," in when she's playing games on her computer. But no, she doesn't speak English. Favorite art from this set? I'm not sure. I mean, these ones are clear winners, but I wouldn't be able to say for sure which one would be my favorite. No, she doesn't watch my streams and stuff because I speak in English, but she supports me, and that's all you need. Yeah, I remember in university, almost all of my friends were Chinese, and they taught me so many swear words. Great times. Yeah. Oh my god, that video with the VTuber swearing when playing League of Legends, I sent that to her because I was like, dude, this is like, I didn't say dude. I was like, this is exactly like you, and she's like, she's stealing my thing. Marigold, flamenco, and oh, sorry, hold on. Sorry, that card reminded me. We haven't been able to chip away at these promo packs too much, so let's get a couple of these out of the way. For people tuning in now, didn't see them before. This is like a 3rd-year anniversary sort of like campaign, whatever thing, where if you buy 2,000 yen worth of cards, you get one of these packs. But because I bought a case, I have a bunch of them. And sorry, someone's gonna get mad at me for the way I'm opening these cards, but it's okay because I'm gonna use them. I'm not gonna sell them. I can open them how I like. Okay, I couldn't get it out of the pack. Oh my god, we have so many of this Luffy now. Yeah, I am mixed. I I've been living in Japan for most of my life. I went to Europe for university, but I went to an international school in Japan, and my dad is from America. But I am basically in every way except for blood and the language I can speak, Japanese. Checking. Hey, yes. 力に靴したら男に生まれた意味がねえだろう。It's so nice that they're giving these out for free. I would like to play Riftbound, but I don't think there's been any sort of confirmation on if it would be coming out in Japan, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm glad that you're playing against yourself. A lot of people are not really into that. Hey, Tenkasufi. Japanese Hawaiian. Dude, I actually know someone who's Japanese Hawaiian. But he doesn't live in Tokyo, so I don't meet him very often. It's a rare combo. It's nice that you've been, comment before, that you've playing against yourself. A lot of people aren't really open to that, but I do think that it's a very great way to get better at the game. Checking. 五老星、ここに。I had university in Italy, in Milan. I don't know if you would know the name of the school, because even when I tell Italian people, they're like, "What?" but it's NABA, Nuova Accademia di Belle Arti, and I practiced or learned design, interior design, architecture, all of that good stuff, and I mean, I've been kind of using those skills to make YouTube thumbnails, but also my actual job is an interior designer and construction worker. Who's Tom? Hi, Tom. Hi, Tom. It's Kai. EP, yeah. Sorry. What would you say would be a good way to learn to read and speak Japanese? The thing is, like, English and Japanese are so different in language. Like, the sentence structure even is just extremely different. Great card, by the way. Because I think in English, I mean, right now it's automatic, so I can't really say for sure. But it'll be like subject and then whatever you're going to say. But in Japanese, you say the subject last a lot of the times. Or no, it'll be like subject and then verb and then oh, fuck, I don't know English words too well. You have the shugo, jukugo, and it doesn't make sense how I do it in Japanese either. But the sentence structure is difficult, but the words are not all that difficult. So if you just know what the words are, especially since we've borrowed a lot of words from English as well. For example, aku, kado, kureimatto, mouse. You know, lots of these things are also like monitor, camera. Lots of English words in Japanese that'll make it easier to learn Japanese. But it's really understanding sentence structure and pronunciation that's going to be the difficult part. Oh yeah, object. I forgot the word object. Um, but yeah, in Japanese it'll be like subject, object, verb. So instead of being like I run to the store, it'll be 僕はコンビニに走ってる, which would be I to the store run. Yeah, actually, European languages like what is it? In Italy, especially because everything ends with vowels, much easier to pronounce Japanese. But for like English, um, or like Western English, it's a bit more tricky. I don't know when EB03 or the start deck cards are coming out, but it's probably just whichever one comes out first. Yeah, when I was learning a little bit of Italian, though I forgot it now because my university happened to overlap with COVID. I realized that like Italian and Japanese are quite similar, and I imagine that would extend to the countries around you as well. So Europeans have a bit of an advantage when it comes to learning Japanese, and if you speak any sort of like East Asian language, whether it be Japanese, Korean, or something, you also have an advantage in learning Chinese. I learned a little bit of Chinese because my ex-girlfriend randomly like 4 times in a row was Chinese, but uh, a lot of languages have some sort of similarities, which makes them easier to learn, which is pretty cool. Roman languages, yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of like talking to you guys as like I do like Subway Surfers gameplay equivalent on the screen. But yeah, I didn't expect to be talking about like language on the stream, but I hope you guys enjoy it. It's definitely an interesting topic. Thank you for the manga vibes. Yeah, Japanese packs have 6 cards in them. Sorry, I thought I saw a leader for a second. They have half the cards in as they do in the English version and are significantly cheaper as well. We're about halfway through, and there's Gyabang. So far, have I forgotten to put an SR down here, or have we just not hit anything? I think we're like about halfway through this box. Yeah, I'm guaranteed one more leader, I think. And then from there, you know, we're just kind of vibing. I played Digimon. I've not. Some of my oh Hiyori, nice card, blocker on KO, trash one card, and gain 1 life if your leader is multicolored. I haven't played Digimon. I don't know too many people who play Digimon, especially in Japan. Some people have been playing Union Arena though. That's become a bit more popular in Japan recently with like the cool new arts that they've been putting out. But yeah. Classified store in Ikebukuro. Oh really? Do you remember the name of the store? Because that would be definitely good for people who are going to Japan, since there seem to be a lot of them. Ikebukuro is the one area that I don't go to too often, so I'm not too sure on. Wow. Lady, Meo Lady. 8 cost, 9,000. Rush. On play, if you have 1 attached stone, or 1 given dong, rest one of the opponent's 5 cost or less characters, and at the end of your turn, gain 1 dong active. I think this card is generically usable in a lot of purple decks, so I'm very excited to try this. It also looks very sick in person. The art I was kind of thinking was whatever, but in person, this is really nice. No, I'm happy about this. I'm going to put this into Red Purple Luffy. I think Red Purple Luffy also might have some shot too. But hey, nice card. It just looks like I don't know if you'd call them like, oh, I don't know if you'd call them like flame effects or what. I guess they're like kind of lightning effects on the background, but they're red. Very nice. We're an art review channel at the end of the day, so there's that. Really should be -1 dong. Then Roger would be like F tier. It's a very strong card. Very strong for Roger as well. Let's put the alt arts that we get for each box up here, so we know which one's the most recent one. We have Big Fat Pikachu in the background too. Actually, before I got into the One Piece card game, I just bought this card randomly because it looked cool. And I just left it in the frame here, but it's quite nice. Yeah, RP Luffy probably has a decent shot, maybe even have a decent shot in OP12 as well. I am caught up with One Piece. How do you guys who have been caught up, no spoilers in chat by the way, how do you guys feel about Elbaf so far? Because I'm kind of lukewarm on it, but maybe that's because I really, really enjoyed, what's it called? Egghead. Yeah, I would at some point like to just be like, if you're going to Japan as a card game player, where are the places to go type of video. So that's something I would like to do at some point. Stores generally are very friendly. The one thing that you are going to notice, it's going to be very difficult to sell your cards to stores in Japan, and that's not like a racism thing, although people have been saying that sometimes here and there. Yamato, the reason why some cards don't let you sell to the store is because you need a Japanese passport, and that's so that if the cards are fake, that they can track you down. And if you're over the border in a different country, then they can't do anything about it if you sell them fake cards. So a lot of stores don't let you sell cards unless you're Japanese, which leads to some sort of allegations here and there. But stores, especially store employees, super open, trying to help out foreigners, and as far as my experience has been very, very kind, especially the store right below me here, Tier 1, who provided this case for me, thank you very much, is super friendly to foreigners, and they will actually buy your English cards. So check out Tier 1 in Shibuya in Tokyo next time that you're in Japan. Yeah, we need more Elbuff. But the whole thing with like, oh, I'm not gonna say actually. Maz, um, Elbuff has had some things that I'm kind of like, is that what we're doing right now? And like suddenly we're in like a flashback too, which I will say the flashback's enjoyable. But yeah, I think Japan, the reason why the cards are cheaper is, one, you have to also consider that people make less money in Japan, so relatively they will be cheaper. But I still think even considering that, the cards are pretty cheap, even for our income bracket. I think a large reason why they're cheap in Japan is because we don't have scalpers. He said feeling the hit, and we've hit the Dong card. Unfortunately, it is just a Dong card, but it is one of the really nice ones, though. Anyways, rest of the back. Bum, 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 bum. A snake. Yeah, actually, I do think though, Elbuff needs more time in the manga, but when Elbuff comes to the anime, I think people are going to be, or like usually the timing that it comes to the anime is the time that they come to the One Piece card game as well, and I think that like a lot of those Elbuff characters would be really nice as cards, so I'm excited to do that. Oh, sorry, I only know that it's not the Golden Dong because we've already pulled the Golden Dong, which is right here. The very first box, first couple of packs this popped out, which is sick. And I think that it's one per case, but I have heard online that some people haven't gotten this after opening like 2 cases, so I honestly have no idea. They might also just be lying. Yeah, so I'm assuming, unless there's some kind of error, that if we see another Alt Art Don card, that it's not going to be golden. But yeah. Any good hits? We have a pretty. I mean, I'm not necessarily doing this for the hits, but we've had a lot of nice cards. Like we have 2 Tokumawa, which is going to immediately go to one of my friends who wants to trade when I get that. We got the Ace Leader, which is sick. I'm not going to give that to anyone. And the Smoker SP, which is great. And honestly, maybe Sam might want to hit me up for that one. But I need to see what he pulls from his boxes before I talk to him. But still, I think there's a lot of decks that I want to try putting Smoker into. I mean, Smoker already goes into a lot of decks. Yeah. Yeah, no, Elbuff is extremely significant to the story as a whole, so I'm going to be excited to see like where they actually take that. I hope that Usopp has like a bigger um role in the thing soon, because so far it seems like a Robin arc. But still, the scene with Robin that we saw is also like really, really nice. No spoilers though, but I enjoyed Robin in Elbuff a lot. The super alt art Giga things only come from the God Pack, and so therefore, although these ones are going to be like anywhere from like for us $40, which is for Japan very expensive for a alt art. The ones with like the red text on them, those ones are like minimum $200-300, and probably going to go up in Japan. So those ones you can only get from a God Pack, and first Uta that we've pulled. So I'm not expecting uh, to be able to pull that. But it would be crazy if we did, though. I'm not saying it's impossible. Mm-mm. Yeah, I haven't been able to keep track of all of Usopp's lies, but I'm sure that Elbaf's going to end up being insane. But I think that basically every arc always starts out a little bit slow, and then from there starts to pick it up more and more. So um, I'll be optimistic. I'm have full confidence that Oda's going to give us something very nice. I just want him to like right before he ends the series, give us like 18 backstories in a row of characters that we've never seen, so that we have like 4 or 5 different sets of new cards that we can have for the One Piece card game. Just make sure it never has content drought. Uta seems solid, but I haven't been able to test it too much. Stishy, a base art Stishy by Snohara. Both of the arts are really nice for Stussy. Okay. And now, oh, sorry, let's recap what we got from this box. Japan, you only get 1 hit per box as a guarantee. So this is our 1 hit from this box. 80, but I think honestly one of the better ones. This card is super usable in a lot of decks, not just Roger. The art's great. Yeah, no, it's cool. Either way, I'm not here to make money because if you ever do the math, you're never going to make money opening up packs unless you're extremely lucky. But at that point, you might as well just go to a casino. This is kind of a casino. Don't gamble, guys. Yeah, so far the case has been pretty good. Need to see where it ends up going, but I have no reference for how well we're doing overall, but I'm just happy with the cards that I've gotten personally. Let's actually... Let's just finish these off, because I keep forgetting about them. Actually, no, there's a lot. Let's do like 4. For the people who have just joined, you get these by buying 2,000 yen worth of cards as of today, just as like a promotional campaign for the 3rd-year anniversary of the One Piece card game. And you get any card like this one, which is an alt-art version of one of the cards from the new set. This is probably one of the better ones. But you could also get some things that are kind of mid as well, which are like somewhat less usable cards from the older sets. I'm struggling to open up this pack because there's only 1 card in it. But nonetheless, nice art. Right, here's the Luffy in a little bit of better lighting. And yeah, this is one of the other ones. So old card, this is the 5-cost 6,000 blocker, which on play draws 2 and puts 2 to the top or the bottom. But, you know, you need to have some good and some bad to make the good feel better. So the white and the red on these are really nice, and they're like properly foiled. They're just not textured. Yeah, it might just be that OP13 as a whole has some just really, really nice cards that like everything feels good. Are there? I have no idea how many alt arts are in this set, but there are a lot if you consider the SPs as well. Nice. Where did I just put that other one? Hold on. エースが許せねえってよ、強えって分かってんから、初めから全開だ. And this last one, if you can pull the ace one, would be cinema. But let's see. Sable. But still, I'm having trouble picking these up. 2 very nice ones, 2 very usable cards. I hope that you guys get these in the West too, but these are pretty sick. Right now we're about halfway through still, so it's taking just a lot longer than I expected. I thought that I'd be like done with this in like an hour and a half, but it turns out there's just a lot of packs, aren't there? Dun, dun, dun. Past 3 days, Past 3 days, I've been undefeated in locals. I did lose to Prevan UP Luffy in the finals, but I don't count that. Yeah, that's fair. Navy build for what? Like Sakazaki? That'd be pretty hype. Mm. And if I can manage to get the Gege God Pack whatever thing, that'd be perfect. But it's extremely optimistic thinking. Whoa. I just love the art of this card. I think this is also super usable card in Nami and Ace, so very happy to get this. Like, just look how happy she looks. She's so happy. The being unchained and everything. Let me try to get this at like a nice camera angle for you guys. This may be one of my favorite arts from the set, even though there's like these things. But I love this art. Oh, oops! I left the Pokemon frame in frame. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, he. Yeah. Sorry if I accidentally said she. Yeah. No, Yamato looks great. Immediately put it straight into this leader too. I think it's a great card in Ace. Yeah. It's also a very good card in Blue Yellow Nami. It would also be a good card in Blue Nami if she existed. But thankfully she doesn't anymore. Yeah. But Wokiri, back to some normalcy. We've gotten a secret rare right here, the Sable. And I think, in my opinion, Sable is the best card, or the best secret rare from the set, so happy I got that one too. The Luffy also seems pretty insane though, but I'm a bit underwhelmed with the Ace. Dang. Who's this? What's this guy's name even? Jarumakuse. Never even heard of this guy. And like all their faces are kind of similar, so I can't really tell them apart either. Aridadan. Oh, sorry. Makino. Makino. Hmm. It's kind of just like a side grade from the OP02 Makino. Buggy and the Don card. Ah, okay. ゴムゴムのスネークショット. Hard to remember the name of these things. I will say, a lot of the times, because it doesn't work in English, you have kanji in Japanese, but you also have like hiragana, katakana, different alphabets, and like that's like how they want you to read it. But like for example, this first kanji is the kanji for snake, but you don't read it as snake. Obviously, you read it as hibi in Japanese. So like if you were to actually read this, this would be like hibiju or something like that. But this is the kanji for pistol, and they're like, no, 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 just read it as shot, which is you're allowed to do that if you're a mangaka. But so you can't just look at these and actually understand what the name of the card is, but it does very literally tell you snake pistol. Bonnie, great scene for Bonnie too. The Bonnie backstory was so good. And しかりに靴下男が生まれて意味がねえだろう。Sure. Balancing looking at the monstrosity for the blue card. Yeah. I find it very weird that Bandai ended up delaying. I guess they didn't delay the ban list, but like I was expecting them to announce all of the bans on the 16th during the Japan finals, but then they ended up coming out on the 20th. Yamato. Here's the base art and the alt art. Both of these are really nice though, aren't they? I can see an argument for liking either of them. I just like the composition of the one on the right. Yeah, he looks sick. Yeah. What leader is beating Ima? Actually, I think Subble, Red Black Subble can beat it. I think that Yamato, Green Yellow Yamato, beats it, but what Green Yellow Yamato beats that is not Imu, I'm not quite sure. But those kinds of like kind of bullshitty aggro decks are very strong into it. Unfortunately, the Green Zoro doesn't beat it though, from my testing, which was a bit surprising. But it's just the amount of blockers that Ima has, as well as the amount of resources from your leader effect, just makes it very tricky for Ima to actually topple over. Could you even buy the alt arts for Emu with the money that you would use to buy a case? I think it just depends on like what decks you want to play. If there's only one deck you want to play, buying them individually is always going to be cheaper. The reason why I bought a case is, first of all, because I'm here with you guys, and also because I want all the cards. Maybe not that one though. This card may be good in red black or red blue Subble, maybe in a control variant of red blue ace, but I haven't really been able to find one that I like yet. very good card. I'm struggling to find a home for it, though. Yeah, it's super thematic that Sebel's good into Ema. I will say, though, that Ema has a good shot of beating Sebel if he or she or they go second. But I think in general, Sebel has the upper hand. But that could change with my skill level of Ema going up. It could also change with the way that people start to build out something like Sebel. Yeah, for Marco, it's just a very solid card because you always want to get that Dong onto your leader by one mean or another. And I'm realizing that because the Empty Throne is a common card, I'm gonna get so many of these, but I only need one. I could actually something I used to do. Let's just get through this pack and I'll show you guys. Gomu Gomu no Don Stump. Hold on. I'll show you guys something that I used to do before I really got into TCGs. I mean, I did it while I was hold on. It's a little bit broken. Hold on. But I used to make these like 3D leaders. This was a lot of fun. I also like, you can see I like beveled all of the lines on the background and also the back as well, which was fun. But the ears have broken off. It's supposed to be something like that. But like I worked really hard on these wings and stuff. But I used to do stuff like that. Design guy. I also here there's my a little bit of behind the scenes. There's my stream. But like I also have this really big sword inspired by Berserk that I made out of styrofoam. I also have the Artorias Greatsword that I made out of styrofoam. Uh, I'm I like making stuff. I don't know how we got into this topic though. But yeah, let's move on with the packs. Room tour is basically already done. I have a very small room. Yep. I'm working on the tree tier list. I'm working on it. I've been doing a lot of research. I have my list of all of the trees that I'm going to talk about, and I am working on the actual list. Raylene OP13 is probably still decent. The deck's just good in general, no? But Emu seems trickier. Emu can also tech for the matchup a bit. And there are just a whole lot of cards that have been power crept in this set. So I'm not sure how dominant it's going to be in OP13 compared to OP12, but I definitely think it's going to be a centerpiece for the meta at the start, and people are going to see if it can contend against the new leaders or not. Room One Piece reference, and that was like right after we got the law as well. Oni SR. When sorting through these cards after is going to be such a pain. Double attack Dressrosa card? What card is that? Oh, do you mean like... Wait, was there a different one? Can't remember. Let me know what card it was. I'm blanking. Does Bandai extend support to content creators? Not yet. I'd be very happy if they contacted me, but they have not as of yet. My goal is to cast Worlds. No, I would like to cast an event at some point, wherever that may be. I don't know. Oh, King Kong Gun. The thing with Sebel is that the deck generally plays around Revolutionary Army cards, and also doesn't tend to fill up trash very quickly, so King Kong Gun's a bit trickier to use. But things that can close out the game easier would be nice in Subtle, which always pops up whenever talking about them. Just because the, what's it called? Leader has a lot of defense, a lot of very good board control, but doesn't have a very explosive late game, I would say. Yeah. I do think, though, even though you guys don't have an announcement of the promo Young Girl in English yet, that the deck is still usable as long as you have the 7-cost Old In. You could also take in things like the 2-cost Teach. 2-cost Teach also works better with the 6-cost Kuma. It's just a little bit more expensive in terms of actual costs, like on the field. So there's a push and a pull. But I think that Nami's still probably fine, even without Young Girl. The big card that you're waiting for is the 7-cost All-In. My pulls so far are at the top of the screen. Sorry, it's a complete mess. I could maybe make my camera a little bit smaller. You guys can see it a bit better. Yeah. We got Shanks and Utha from the first box, and since then, it's only been up, as we've gotten a lot of really nice cards. Thoughts on next year for the TCG, like in general, if I think it's going to be good? Like One Piece TCG's been doing very, very good, and I don't see them stopping anytime soon. I think the most recent ban list showed that they care a lot about the game too, because they were very careful bans. I do think it may have been a bit excessive, but it's definitely safe, I guess. So I'm optimistic about the game. I think it's going to last for several years since it's Bandai's biggest card game. And for Bandai, I'm sure they wouldn't want to let something, especially such a strong IP like One Piece, die out. So I'm not optimistic because I'm already I already believe in the company, but I think that One Piece is in a great spot right now. In terms of balance, that's like a whole nother thing, but we'll have to see how like OP12 and OP13 develops. But I think that the game as a whole is very fun. It's very easy to get into and very fun to master. So I really like the game. Guanlong's going back to Sakazuki in OP13. That must be a meme. Maybe it's not. I think that Guanrong, because he's the Pirate King, needs to make Sakazuki work. But Sakazuki into Imu seems like absurdly difficult for Sakazuki. I don't really know what you could do about that matchup. But if you can figure out how to deal with Imu even like 40% of the time, then Sakazuki could be solid. Hopes for rotation. Like what cards that I hope are going to be rotated out or like stay. I think I'm not a huge fan of rotation in general, but as long as they make most of the like ideas of old decks still like somewhat playable, then I wouldn't be fine, or I wouldn't be mad with them rotating stuff. I just don't think that necessarily was needed. Because the cards, at least in Japan, though, actually, you guys can correct me on if I'm wrong. The cards in Japan are relatively cheap, even the older sets. So I don't feel like there's a necessity to rotate out cards in Japan, but I can imagine that for you guys overseas, the cards are probably quite expensive. Shanks into Ima? I would imagine it'd be Ima favored, just because Shanks basically only plays 1 card per turn, and Ima can play 2 blockers per turn. 2 blockers per turn. More Ima cards. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I think we now have 4 of this guy. We definitely have 4 of the blocker. I don't know if we have 4 of the other ones too, but we still have many packs to get through. OP01 uncommons are like $2 to $5. What OP01 uncommons are there even that you guys really need? Like Otama? Is Otama like the only one, or are there a couple of other ones? I guess like Easel, maybe. 上って分かってんだから、初めから全開だ。Oh, Paradise Waterfall. Paradise Waterfall did shoot up a little bit in Japan as well. Radical Beam being expensive surprises me though. Nami, yeah, I guess those are rares, but I am surprised that they're expensive because in Japan they're like pennies. Garp and Alden. Oh, I'm looking at my pile of cards. It's going to be so scared. It's going to be such a nightmare to actually sort through those cards. But I feel a little bit better now that McKellen has graciously and consistently donated me €5. Thank you very much. This is better than Netflix. I hope that get that Rebecca cosplay soon. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I did say that, didn't I? I didn't say Rebecca cosplay though. But yeah, I have. I'm sure some of you guys know. Maybe some of you guys don't know. My girlfriend's dad is sick. I am going to go meet up with them later after the stream ends. Um, or check out, say hi to him in the hospital. But he has a tumor, and I said that if I could get to a donation goal, that I would do a cosplay of Chat's Choice, and all of the ad revenue stuff goes to that. So like all of the stuff that I make from this stream is going to go to that cause as well. So anything that, or not that you guys can provide, but the free support that you guys can give me as well, whether it's liking the channel or subscribing to the channel, helps me out so much because it helps YouTube get it out to other people as well. I know that's like a generic thing that everyone says, but it really is a difference maker because not everyone does it for every channel. I appreciate you guys so much. Sorry to suddenly get so serious, but McKellen, thank you for the consistent support. We are almost at the threshold to be able to let chat choose my cosplay, and it may end up being Rebecca. Oh, oh, my Rebecca playmat? I drew that. I guess that's another one of those things that I did alongside like all of the swords and whatnot that I've made. But yeah, I drew the Rebecca playmat, and many people have asked me about it, and I've lost the original file. If I had the Rebecca playmat, I would just like throw it on a Google Drive so that anyone could download it and print it out if they wanted to. But I don't know where the original file went. So right now it is a 1 of 1. Oh, and we're moving on to the next box. We now have 5 boxes left, so we're a little bit over halfway now. Thank you again for to McKellen for the €5 donation. Let's hope for something great from this box. Gatekeeping master. Uh, um, it's a very unintentional gatekeep, but it has ended up being a gatekeep. But the playmat's very recognizable now because I. Oh my god! What the fuck is this? They really, really want me to play this blocker. That's so funny. That's so funny. Like, I'm absolutely not going to complain because I want to play the deck, and like these are cards for the deck. But that's so funny. Dude, if I get another one of these too, oh dude, that's so absurd. Hold on. Let me grab my brother. Shout out to Sango who's always on my videos. Let me see if he's around. Grab him to see the reaction. Oh, but before I do that, Sharkbite Studios. Thank you for the $10. I very much appreciate it. It's going to go directly to her. It means a lot, and your American dollars are so much more powerful than yen. Thank you. Let me go grab my brother so I can show him this absurd thing that just happened. My brother is cutting his hair right now, so I'll have to show this to him later. Um, so yeah, um, for people who haven't seen this card yet, um, it's a 4 cost 5,000 blocker. I think one of the strongest Gorose that they've revealed because it's an immovable blocker essentially, and on KO draws one card, which is essentially the same as healing one life. And um, I guess Bandai was listening to the fact that I said that this is maybe the strongest Gorose because I now have 3 of them, which is sick, but it is a lot. Speaking of a lot, thank you, the common dude, for 100 Singapore dollars. Congrats on the ace pull. I hope your girlfriend's dad recovers soon. Tumors can be devastating. Yeah, I appreciate it a lot. He seems very healthy. Last time that I was able to talk to him, but obviously, whether or not he's going to be able to get over it and live for a very long time, we'll have to see. But we're trying our best. He seems very optimistic, and I'm going to try my best to support them. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation. Um, I'm kind of speechless right now. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, these are drawn by Giga Akutami, the mangaka for Jujutsu Kaisen. If these were different, I guess I just need to find someone to trade these with to find like the other ones. But if I can get one of each, that'd be really sick. But honestly, getting 4 of this one would also be really funny too. Oh my god, thank you guys. I in my other hold on, I have the overlays and stuff like hidden right now. The goal, or not the goal, the amount raised is outdated because I need to update that manually. But I had that hidden for the stream because I just wanted to kind of be here for vibes. But I really appreciate the donation. Obviously, the common dude, Sharkbite Studios, McKellen before, and now D-Day Drasen for $20. Thank you so much. Now, this community has really changed my life for the better, and I appreciate you guys so much. And you guys just kind of chilling here, watching me open up a box is super enjoyable. Great time for me, and I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to positive mental, I think, is one of the most important factors, especially when it comes to cancer. So making sure that we're doing everything in our power to support him. I've told my girlfriend that I'm going to be helping with surgery costs, but I don't know if he knows yet because I told her that she could tell him, but I don't know if she's keeping it a surprise. But I'm going to see him later today. There's the Don card. And if he doesn't know, I guess I'll let him know, and just so that he never has to worry about the cost of surgery. Because one of the nice things about Japan is that surgery and hospitals don't cost nearly as much as they do overseas and whatnot. So I appreciate all of you guys supporting me. Thank you, Daruko, for the $10. Um, well, I guess thank you to your brother as well, and I'll make sure that everyone is happy, everyone has a speedy recovery. You guys make my day, and thank you. I'm actually curious. No, I have not gotten any Gorose that are not Wokyuri, which is very funny, but I'm going to find someone who has them and trade with them, hopefully. But honestly, I'm pretty happy with how things have been going right now. Because this is such a funny meme. But no, thank you, Daruko, for the donation. Thank you, TJs, and everyone that's donated throughout this stream. I really appreciate it. I'll keep trying to put out nice video content for you guys. Thanks. And actually, in the meantime, since I'm here and I don't really have these timings to just talk to you guys and see, how you guys are doing, what you guys want, are there any video topics that you guys especially want to see that you don't see too much in the One Piece card game that I can maybe provide to you? Thank you, Matthew Henry, for the $20. This has been a fantastic stream to end the long work week. That is true, it is Saturday. Yeah. I appreciate it so much, honestly. $20 in USD may not feel like too much. I mean, it is a lot, I will say. But in Japanese yen, $20 USD is like 3 hours of salary for some people. So it means a lot to me, really. What's the alt under Rayleigh? Oh, that's the Smoker SB. Actually, one of the better hits from this set, but it's just kind of been buried. Hold on. Let me move this a bit out of the way. Oh, sorry, there's an SR. I just kind of got spoiled. SR Bonnie. And another Charos. Yay! We have our Golden Rajadong, we have our Sable Secret Rare, Ace Leader, and the trifecta of Pokemon Wokurise. Smoker. Accessory video. Interesting. Sakazuki deck profile, constructing a deck. I did put out a video on building the red-black Sable deck, which I wasn't expecting to do well, but not many people clicked on that. But it was just a stream highlight. I think that like a proper video on how to build your deck would also be something that I would look into doing in the future. Off meta, I need to do more. The thing is, my OP12, like everything about OP12 video, was what's it called? What am I trying to say? Had a lot of cope decks in that too, so I didn't feel the need to make a like cope decks of OP12 type of video. But I definitely want to get into that more again. Tech cards is also an interesting thing. There's actually also a thing that I could do for tech cards in OP12 with the new bans, things that you don't have to put in, things that you would maybe want to put in now that Blue Purple Luffy and Sakazuki are in the equation. Yeah, no, I'm still opening from the same case, and we still have like 4.5 boxes to go through. Ta-dang! Irisa. Yeah, no, let me show you a little bit. The piles on my desk are getting a bit scary. But I'm gonna sort through what cards I need to keep, what common cards I have too many of and don't need, and sort it out, put it into boxes after that. But I'm very scared of this pile. BR deck video? What do you... Is that Brazil? Which... Or is it like BY, maybe? BY Luffy? I was actually thinking about doing BY Luffy. A really good Japanese player has a deck list for BI Luffy that I want to try out. Vlog, true. Yeah, vlogging content would be nice. Roger. Oh yeah, there's a Roger stage. It's not necessarily that fantastic. Once per turn, if your Roger Pirates type character is removed, then you can add Wandong rested. Removed by the opponent's effects. So if they were to remove it with some sort of actual removal, then you can ramp Wandong. But Roger has so much innate ramp that he doesn't necessarily need a card like that, I think. Yeah, that's true. I don't know how much of you know, but the Wano Perona, and the Navy Perona back in like OP06 was like a huge contributor to that deck list's creation and success was me. I wouldn't say it was actually like successful, but me and my friends put together that concept, and it stuck and eventually actually won a championship, which is really cool to see. So yeah, talking about building deck types, it would be something interesting. Oh, Sable. Right. Oh, sorry. I always read it as red black, not black red. So I saw BR and I was like, a Brazilian Sable. Oh. No, I think honestly any of the new leaders can be good. Red Green Luffy included. Red Green Luffy, I think people are building the deck wrong. I think that you want to play that deck much more aggressively than people are doing currently. But I think that if you just swarm the board as quickly as you can, you know, with things like the 4-cost Uta, with things like the 5-cost Sanji, you know, and the 4-cost Zoro as well, then you can easily set up a really big board that's very hard to get rid of thanks to your leader effect. Yeah. Red Green Luffy's effect is repeatable, which is very nice. There's also other things that you could do, like the Charleston, I think it was called. I don't know what it'd be called in English, but it's a 2-cost plus 4,000, I believe, counter event, which if you trash one card, you can restand 3 dong. And effectively, with your leader effect, that means that you're gaining 10k counter for only 2 dong. There is one thing, though, that Luffy's leader effect activates before counter events do, so you can't actually use those dong cards that you just restood for your leader effect in the same attack, but you can use them for the next attack. But so with that card, with his effect in general, and all of these cards that can restand your dong cards, I think that Red Green Luffy definitely has a shot in the meta, and I would be I'm excited to see like what I can cook up with him. This is the other card for Red Green Luffy. Um, the 4-cost 5,000 Zoro, which on play, if your leader is Film or Straw Hats, restands 2 dong, and at the end of the turn makes this character active. So basically, this is just getting a free 5k hit every single turn for effectively 2 dong. So I think cards like this could be very good in the deck, but I obviously need to test it. I also think that even because of cards like this Zoro existing, the 7-cost Luffy back from OP02 could be pretty solid too. 8-cost Mihawk, also a very good card, but one of the benefits of Luffy is that because he's a Straw Hat, you can actually protect him with your leader effect with from Red Green Luffy. And man, we just got like 3 Red Green Luffy adjacent cards in a row. I'm not sure if this card actually goes into it. It bounces one of your characters back to your hand and plays a 5-cost from your hand rested, which is very nice. I just don't know if you need a card like this, considering it doesn't have any counter. But lots of options, I think, to swarm your board, and especially if you're trying to go for that aggro playstyle, then I think that a card like this could be justified in that deck, so I'll definitely try that out. One of the things is because I do physical gameplay content, I need to actually go out and buy all the cards, which means that the cost of making a video is higher than the cost of making like a sim video. But, you know, I think aesthetically they're a lot nicer too. So I'm just glad to have like a bunch of rare cards that I can mess around with. Yeah, dude, I know, Flak 15. I pulled another Volcutie. I haven't pulled any of the other ones yet. Dude, I think I'm gonna need to go back after the stream and see when I pulled this, because I like fell out of my chair. Oh, pack kind of stuck. Does that mean that it's a good pack, or does that mean that it's a bad pack? Control variant of Red Green Luffy? I think that it could work, yeah. But I think you just have to consider, if you're making a control deck, is it actually going to be able to contest Emu in the late game? And I feel like for most decks, that's just kind of a hard no. So that's why I'm considering playing that deck more aggressively. But I think that there's a lot of options that you could do, especially for Red-Green Luffy, because you know you also have this Shanks, which I don't know how good it's going to be, but restands all of your dong. So I think it could be quite nice in that deck too. Lots of flexible options. OP13 has given us a lot of interesting tools to mess around with. But right now, the only thing that Bandai's given me to mess around with is just a bunch of Topamang Wokirise. Right now, this is box number, I can't count, but I have 4 more after this one, and a couple more packs in this pack, or in this box. Yugi! One Piece! One Piece は実在する! Yeah, maybe I should get water soon. This is going a lot longer than I expected it to. Sorry, also thinking about taking the Zoro event that KOs 2 4-costs, including aggro decks, really maybe some removal decks. I think that that event is very underrated. So I think that could actually be a very good call, especially considering things like Rayleigh in the meta. I think maybe people weren't running it just because... Oh, I grabbed both cards. Just because Blue Purple Luffy, it wasn't super relevant, but that card just being a 3k counter and also being able to KO 2 things is very, very solid. So I think that that could be a very good pivot, especially in the new meta. Uta, surely Uta gets better. I just don't know how much better. You know, It's just one of those things you need to actually like try out the decks in the meta, see how they interact with each other, and then you'll get an idea of what decks are going to actually end up being meta. Anyways, here's the last pack of this box. Create it. Uruk, Brilliant Punk, Oro Jackson Go, Nekomamushi, and Ongomu no Don Stamp. 5 cost, flip over one of your life to face up and KO a base 6 cost or less. Could be relevant. Also has Egghead typing, so maybe usable in Bonnie, not as usable in Vegapunk, but there's some interesting cards in there. And of course, from this box, we got Opamaokiri number 3. I imagine we won't get any more of this. It'd be really funny if we did, though. So let me just unsleeve these for a second. It's okay because I'm going to play the cards, most likely, or trade them with other people who are players as well. They're very nice, though. Huh? Okay. Okay, that's probably a good angle. But yeah. A lot of boar. I also recently watched Princess Mononoke again, so Demon Boar weirdly feels very familiar. Yeah, we just need one more of these, and then we'll have a full playset. Bibin? Oh, sorry guys, hold on. Hi. This is a routine thing because when I bought my camera, I didn't realize that I couldn't charge it and film at the same time. So, bit of behind the scenes stuff. I just need to swap out the battery, and then we'll be right back. It's good that that happened right as we finished the box too. So a bit of an intermission. What time is it for you guys? I didn't get a tier 1 sponsor per se, but I did get this case as by very special request to the owner directly of tier 1. So out of courtesy, I wanted to put their logo in the corner because they allowed me to. Is 1:30 reasonable time, or is that like bad time? Because for me, 1:30, I'm like falling asleep. Yeah. Also, I probably should have asked this at the same time, but where you guys are watching from, I'm also very curious, and because there's a lot of people 1:30 a.m. Is that like mostly people in America? It's always cool to see. Like, I think last stream as well, there was a guy from Egypt, which like never in my life, but I thought that I'd just like be talking to some guy from Egypt about cards in my home, which is sick. UK, Canada, Cali, Texas, yeah, lots of North Americans. But I appreciate you guys being here. Setting. I feel like we've probably got this exact pack combination several times. I feel like I remember getting these multiple times. US, Chile, Belgium. Send the ace to Germany. Man. I feel like Sakazuki sent ace to the Shadow Realm before he could be sent to Germany. But hey, Sakazuki's back, ace is back. It'll be a very interesting meta for sure. Australia. Yeah, people like, especially Australia and who is it called? Not who's it called, what's it called? You know, Southeast Asia and stuff is definitely the best timing to be watching, but I appreciate you guys watching from the Americas. I think this is going to be, I feel like I should just go through this quickly. Not quickly, go through this now instead of holding it off for later. Emu would be the one that we want to see. Emu's the one that I want to see. Raja would be sick too, just in general. Let's see what we get. I will say though, I won't be greedy because I already have ace. See what we get. Yo. Haruta. Oh, wait, maybe can we predict based on the pack? Do they ever theme these? I think they sometimes theme packs. We have a Roger Pirates, we have Wano, we have Bonnie Pirates. We have just a bunch of everything, don't we? Ema! Dude, this box is insane. What the fuck? This is holy shit. Wait, dude, that's so black. There's like the one time that no texture is a good thing. We got the two. We got the two best leaders from the set. That's so good. Maybe Roger's better in terms of price, but for me, these are the two best leaders. I can't find an angle to make this emo look good, by the way, because it's just pure gloss. You can see a bit of the camera reflection though. You see me saying hi here? I don't know where I'd be. Oh. Hi. It's so black. Oh, and sorry, hold on. John Miller, emo time. It was emo time. Thank you very much for your how should I say? Manifestation of emo. Oh, that's crazy. Let's go. I don't have to do any extra shopping this set. Fuck. I wasn't sure if I was gonna play emo, but now I feel like I'm heavily obligated to play one of these two. Oh, that's so nice. I'm struggling to find or to get a sleeve out of this pack. 1 second. Emma! Sorry if that was loud for you. And what did we get from this ace box? I don't remember what the other hit was from the ace box. Maybe it was Rayleigh. No, Rayleigh was on its own. Oh, no, it was Volcuity. So, never mind. I feel like sometimes they actually do, like, themed boxes. Like, you get X and Y in the same box because they're, like, a pair. Volcuity and Ace have nothing in common. But I hope that Ima is a precursor for more Gorose to come. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, no, like, the typing as well, just being a question mark, that's flavor. I'm glad that I can show you this on this camera. Unfortunately, I can't show off like the sick texture on this card because there just isn't any texture on it, not even on like the text here. But I mean that's the price that you pay for emo, I guess. Yeah, no, this feels like I have no frame of reference for if this was like above average or below average case, but these are the cards that I wanted and I'm happy. So I'm having a good time, which is not always the case when I'm opening up boxes. I usually want to game end myself. The one other thing, actually, that we would be looking for is the alt art of this card. If we could get the Kamasari alt art, that would be insane. Yeah, there's a little bit of texture on the around the eyes and stuff. See if I can get this to focus. Oh, hold on. Oh, there goes the sleeve. Oh, sorry. Trying to find an angle. You can see a little bit there. But I think that in a weird way, like it being so glossy makes it stand out. The eye being the only thing that's textured is very nice decision, I think. No, the Roger Kamasari is very different from the Shanks one, but I guess they're kind of similar. This one's just a minus 8k. The other one KOs in 8k. But yeah, anyways. Have we looked through this pack? Oh no, we didn't. Whoops. I kind of burned through one pack. Hey, there's Shanks though. I got thrown off. I don't think they've changed how the cards are made. I think that I have a lot of lights set up. You just guys can't see. I guess I can beam you guys with a bit of light right now. But like I have a very cheap like few dollar mic or not mic light up here that I'm shining to make the cards look a bit better. I also have like lights up here. I set this up yesterday to try to make the cards look as nice as possible for you guys. But I appreciate that you guys are noticing the quality too. Oh yeah, sorry, hold on. It did fall a bit off screen. We do have a golden dong. It was actually one of the first packs that we got from the case, which is sick. OP05 Roshinante. If I think of something really cool, then I'll try it. But right now, I think that Roshinante is the sort of deck that has a way that he's kind of expected to be built, and I don't know if I can really add more to that. I don't want to just like put out random content, especially if it's like random sim content, just because I don't like I want to make sure that every video that I put out has some sort of purpose, something that you can learn from them. Wow, Sanji. So we didn't get a Gorose from this box, but this Sanji, exceptionally strong card, and also the art's sick. What the hell? Hold on, let me just. It's a 5-cost 7,000 on play. Make 2 of your dong active, and at the end of your turn, if your leader is Film or Straw Hats, make 1 of your dong active. I think this card, for any Lim believers out there, could be insane because it helps your curve when you're going second. On 6 dong, you can play Sanji, get 2 dong back, and now you have 3 active dong to use your leader effect. I think that this Sanji could be really good for Lim. This Sanji could be very good for Red Green Luffy if you want to cope that. Maybe cope's not the right word because I think that that could be very good. But this card, I was thinking when it was shown, like, it's pretty good, but much better than I thought, especially given the context of some of the leaders that exist in this game. No, it's not the first time that we've had a leader with no matching character. Sometimes they just give us the character like 1 set later, though. Or they'll give us the character 1 set before. Like OP02, they made Ace, and then OP03, they made the Ace leader. They have like a couple of things, like they made the Vegapunk leader, but they didn't make the Vegapunk SR until several sets later. But it is one of those things, you know, like later on we might get Garling, we might get Ima as a character as well to buff up the deck, but I think that we can wait a little bit for Ima buffs, because I don't think that we want to give that deck too much flexibility. Sanji could be used in GP, yeah. I don't know about like the space in that deck, just because I think that GP has a very tight deck already, but the fact that it's a Straw Hat and the fact that it works really well with like the general game plan of swarming your board with like high value vanilla characters, it could be good in GP. It's just one of those things that like you need to see how necessary it is for that 5-cost slot, because there are a lot of high quality things, especially Sanji fitting for that slot already. A 3-color leader would be really hard to balance because 3-color synergies alone don't feel like they make a deck broken. But I think that if you were to have something like red-black subtle, where it has some sort of downside, but also the upside is another upside alongside having 3 colors, and you could probably make it work. And obviously, if you're like blue, black, yellow, or something, that could be like the most insane combination. Dishy. Oh. Like I have 1 spot on my desk that has a bit of glare that I need to avoid. Sorry if I missed some questions. I feel like I'm reading some comments out of context. But ban list in Japan, and I believe overseas as well, is going to be hit, Wolkity once more, or enforced from the 30th of this month. And I believe that that's the same for you guys as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we have a tournament in Japan on the 31st. So almost as soon as you possibly can, we're going to have the first OP13 championship, which I will hopefully be streaming for you guys. But I don't know even if there is an actual stream, so that'll be exciting if there is. Very curious to see what people end up making for OP13. I'm expecting to see a lot of Ima, but it is a 3v3 tournament though, so even if we see Ima, it's only going to be maximum 1/3. And I doubt that every single team is going to put in Ima anyways, because I think right now the deck is very expensive. When I bought this case, I saw some of the prices of the singles. I didn't need to buy anything because I was like, oh, surely I'll just pull them, right? But the 10 cost Gorose, I saw was like 1,300 yen, which in Japan is relatively expensive, but that's anywhere from like $8 to $10 for you guys probably. And then what's it called? The rares as well aren't really cheap either, and there's just a lot of rares in the deck. So yeah. Hello, Infinite Times. Thank you for stopping by. We've pulled some nice things. We've also pulled a lot of Toppama Wokiri, but I'm not complaining. Me feel like this is getting messier and messier. I'm sorry that the viewer experience is getting worse and worse, but I hope that you guys are enjoying. We also got the SP Smoker, completely not something to forget about. Too bad, I think that means we probably don't get one of the like manga, or not manga, the wanted poster SPs. But still, you know, I think I'm quite happy with that, so I'm not going to complain. Especially I can't complain when I've pulled the 2 alt arts that I wanted. Hi, Kyo. How's... Oh, and here's the Yamato. How is everyone's OP12 pre-release slash like actual release going? Are people enjoying OP12? Any thoughts on what you want to play for OP12? Oh, Yamato, sorry. 5 cost 6,000 if you have, or on play, if you have 3 or less life, draw 2 cards, then attach a Residong to your leader. Very good in Ace because it enables your leader effect and also draws you lots of cards. Very good in Blue Yellow Nami. Also, Wano is very significant for her as well. I think very solid card for those 2 decks in particular, but I'm sure that there are some other decks I can use as well too. Kazan. Ooh, Gold Teach. I pulled the Silver Teach last set in the 1 box that I got, and I was like, fuck, I didn't make it a video. But I did take a video of the moment that I pulled it. Maybe I can pull it up on my phone actually. I'll look for it after this pack. Maka Smazaseda, always happy about the emo things. Where is... Sorry. Oh, shit. I have like a mountain of packs right now, and I feel like my phone's probably under it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm responding to some messages from my girlfriend. Let me see if I can find when I pulled that card. Where is it? Oh, okay, here it is. Sorry, that was a terrible quality video to just show you my phone, but that was hype. And day 1 prices were crazy, so I just walked it over to a shop and we had just very, very nice dinner after that. My favorite character in One Piece is hard to say. I really like Luffy, but if we're not talking about the main character, then I really like Kirosu. Yeah, actually, I can see... Yeah, no, Kuma's really good in NL. I can see that making the price go up. Like, throughout all of OP12, Kuma's price basically never dropped in Japan. He's consistently been like 2,500 yen, which for Japanese standards is quite expensive. Roja. Favorite food? Hmm. Favorite food. I like a lot of food. I really like Thai food though. I'm not sure if I'd consider my favorite, but like whenever someone's like, "You want to eat Thai food?" I'm always down. My favorite arc is Dressrosa, but maybe Egghead now. Now that Egghead's finished, Egghead was really peak, but I need some time to like get past the recency bias to see if it'll actually end up being my favorite arc. But I really love Dressrosa and Egghead, and also Whole Cake Island. Otama. I didn't really have a chase card. I'm just kind of here to get a bunch of rares to be able to make videos. um, but there are cards that I do want. Any of the wanted posters would be nice, although I think we're probably not going to get one now that we have this smoker here. Um, but the other card that I would really want to see, aside from any of the other Gorose that are not Wolcutie, although at this point, maybe we do want to see another Wolcutie, would be something like the Kamisari, Divine Departure from Roger in purple. That'd be pretty nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Alt Art 10 cost Gorose would also be really nice too. Ooh, the common dude, thank you again for the 50 Singapore dollars. I appreciate it very much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I think in Singapore as well, it's also release day, so if you have any packs you're pulling, have fun with that. Good luck with your pulls. Have a great day in general. I appreciate you stopping by and, of course, donating. It really helps what we're going through, and honestly, it's just I appreciate you guys a lot. And Hankoku will be our final rare for this box. We're getting there. 3 more boxes to go through. And then I can finally be freed from this shackle. Yeah, I saw Guanrong had like full max rarity Gorose stuff already, but he has like infinite money. He's the pirate king. So yeah, I'm just a YouTube guy. If I were to alt art my cards, I'd be playing at a massive loss for videos. So I play with the cards that I have. Is the normal dong foil? Does foil mean shiny? Because it is shiny. If that's what you mean. The normal one's quite nice. It's just when you compare it to the Roger dong, there's like a very clear difference. It's pretty sick. Yeah, why do I have 3 Wolcutie? Yeah, they fucking tell me too. I wish I knew. It's if I were to get 3 of an alt art though, I would be I'm happy that it's a Gorose though. If I would have gotten like, I don't know, 3 Utas for example, I'd start to be like, maybe this wasn't a great idea. Yeah. I think that just happens sometimes. I think that cases don't necessarily have like one of each type of alt art, really. So you could end up getting duplicates, at least in Japan. I don't know about cases overseas. I think it's just like per box you won't get the exact same rares and SRs and alt arts and whatnot. Yeah, if I get one more Wolcutie alt art though, that'd be really funny though. And it'd make, oh sorry, I wasn't kind of on the screen too well. That'd make a great YouTube short at the very least. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty often that I see people get like 2 of the same. Oh, you know, I just realized is that we've only had 1 secret rare. So these last 3 boxes may just all have a single secret rare, which would be a bit of a somber ending to this, but still, I wouldn't complain too much because we've had some very nice cards, which may actually mean that the only Gorose that I get will be Wolkyuri, but I would get 3 of it. Saturn though. The main thing though is I feel like I probably have a playset of most of the rare cards and a solid selection of the SRs too. So as long as I can play the game easily, then I'd be quite happy. If I was in the West, I'd probably play some goofy yellow deck for fun, but I'm not in the West, so I can play with these guys. I think though that if I were in the West though, I prefer to just kind of play control in general. So maybe I'd play Yellow Kid, or maybe I'd play NL, for example. There's a couple of things that could be choices. Do I have a cool NL list? Not on me right now, but I think that deck almost basically builds itself. You just have some new cards that you could put in, like the new 6-cost Kuma that could be quite helpful into a lot of matchups. The nice thing about NL and Yellow Kid is that they have a generally naturally winning matchup into things like what's it called? Rayleigh as well as Green Zoro. So as long as you can find a way to deal with some of those other decks, like some of those other what are we talking about again? Control decks. If you can deal with the other control decks, then I think that like NL Yellow Kid could be very good. As it stands, I'm leaning more towards Yellow Kid, but you really just have to see kind of how the meta develops and how those decks interact with each other. This Smoker Alt Art's the SP from this set, which is, in my opinion, one of the better ones. Nice. Vegapunk looks good. And there are 3 boxes left. So we're almost there. And I have a feeling that they're all going to have a secret rare in them. If we don't get a secret rare in them, then this would actually be an error, because I think that you're guaranteed 4 secret rares, and we've only seen 1. So with 3 boxes left, I feel like we're going to have a slow ending to this, but as long as I can get... what is secret that I'm looking for? I basically just want as many of this Sabo as I can, but the Luffy, I saw someone in chat before also asked about Luffy. I think Luffy's also very nice. So, Luffy and Sabo are the ones that I would want, but Ace, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that it's actually going to be used in Blue Yellow Ace. Yeah, Manga Chance is still here. I'm pretty sure. Because I think mangas come out of the same box that the secret rares come out of, so if we do get a manga, that would be pretty hype. Right now, for me, it is 3 p.m. How about for you guys? OP12 Koala. OP12 Koala struggles a lot into Green Zoro. If that matchup didn't exist, then I think you can make the deck work. Let me move these a bit. Okay. There we go. That should be fine. I appreciate you watching, even if it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. This took me a lot longer than I was expecting to, so I'm going to try to rush through the last couple. But it's been honestly much more enjoyable than I thought it would be. Here, opening up packs with you guys. I thought that I would be just like lonely sitting here, just chipping away at packs. But I don't know how many people are watching. I never really check those, but thank you to the people who are watching. There's Luffy. Checking. Secret Rares always look great. And Luffy is, I think, a very good card. He does have the condition. I'll read it for people who haven't seen this card. 6 cost 7,000, double attack, and on play, if your leader is multicolored, you can restand 4 of your Dong cards. Then you can't play a base 5 cost or higher card from your hand. So, a bit tricky, not as universally usable as something like the 5 cost Sanji or the 8 cost Mihawk, but just the card having double attack on its own and being able to spread out the board, just having a 2 cost 7,000, I think is super good. So decks that can use this very well, like I'm blanking. Green blue Zoro Sanji and stuff. Very useful. I'm sure there's a lot of other decks that use this very well too. Yeah, red green smoker could even use it too. Yeah. Yeah, if this card was filmed though, like if that card was filmed, I would confidently say that Utah could be back. But because it's not film, I have to like test things and really see like how they'll actually all interact with each other. Could be decent in GP. I wonder. The issue is especially if you're going second on 5 or 6 dong. If you would actually prefer to play that over the other options that you have in the deck, you probably prefer to play it over the Secret Luffy, at least as like the other Secret Luffy with Rush, as like the first one. But I don't necessarily know if you would prefer to like choose to run it over some of the other options in the deck that have already kind of solidified the GP Luffy list. Oh, true. Yeah, you have to be multicolored to use that. Yeah, so never mind about that. Man, that's too bad. Yeah. I wonder what deck they were afraid of to have to add in that multicolor clause. Like Green Kid, but like Green Kid's not a deck. Buggy. Ugh. Would it be broken in Bonnie? I wonder. I'm not a Bonnie player, so maybe if we have an expert in the chat, they can let us know. But how I understand it, Bonnie already has a lot of counterless cards, so I wouldn't be immediately sold that that card would be usable just because there's a lot of cards that you already want to run into that deck. Still, I'm sure I would never say that it's bad because the effect on its own is just great. It's just you always have to consider space. Yeah, you can. The funny thing is you can do like Mihawk into Luffy into like Uta and then get back a ton of dong spread out your board very quickly. So there's a lot of cool things you can do with the new green cards that they've been printing out that just restand your dong. So that'll be quite exciting. Ha! Dragon. Krieg. Krieg's not bad, yeah. Krieg's very meta dependent. The nice thing about Luffy is that he's also, because he's named Luffy, Straw Hat Crew makes it very searchable. Total. We're 1 pack away from the. We have 2 boxes left after this 1 pack. So we're getting there. A case. Hold on to your seat if I let you know the cost of a case in Japan. Cost of a case in Japan is about 6,000 or 63,000 yen, which in dollars is, as I've been told, maybe a third to even a fourth of the price of your cases. And despite that, we have we have half the hits that a Japanese case has, or an English case has, despite being more than half the price. So I'm grateful to be here, but I feel apologetic that you guys have to deal with a bunch of things, whether it's in Europe or America, with some of the absurd prices of those cards. Um, yeah, My last name has European roots. My grandfather was from Germany, but that was a long time ago. I've never been to Germany. Oh, anyways, from that pack, we got Secret Luffy and, of course, a bunch of solid SRs. These cards are slowly getting buried. Honestly, looking at it like this, assuming we could also obviously get a manga, but looking at the boxes that we've had, we haven't really had any like bad boxes per se. I'm sure that we've had boxes that wouldn't like break even, quote unquote. But like every single box that we've gotten, aside from like maybe the first one where we just got Shanks, has had like a very solid card in it. Yeah, I mentioned the purple one cost event like at the very beginning, but yeah, in Japan, mass hysteria for. Let me see if I can find it very quickly. I'll show you guys. Um, no, I can't find it. The Rayleigh event, which I don't even remember the main effect at this point, but the counter effect said just give your leader plus 3,000 power for the turn, and people were like, "Oh my god, the game's dead." The most powerful. Oh, there it is. Powerful counter card ever printed. Counter give your leader plus 3,000 power for the turn. And for about 3 hours in Japan, people were like, the game's over, I'm gonna quit, this is bullshit. And they came out like, sorry, that was a misprint. It's only 3,000 power for the battle. And it made the card go from one of the strongest cards that's ever been revealed to one of the weaker ones. No, this set doesn't have like gold foil leaders, unfortunately. 強いってわけ、あ、強いって分かってんだから、初めから全開だ。あ、we're almost through this. Oh, see something shiny, but maybe that's just a leader. Yeah, it was a leader. Oh, but 五老星ここに search event. Yeah, I'm trying to get my way through it. Ta-da! もともとないではないか。ヘルメッポ。ゴムゴムのドンスタンプ。Hold on. One second, guys. I think my brother may have come home. I mean, I'm not sure who it was, but if he's home, then I'm going to get him on to show him this that I've pulled. Never mind, it was not him. It was the cat. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. How many boxes left? This is the second to last box. We're almost through, guys. Tatanse. No, did I had my cat once looked at one of my shiny cards and got freaked out by the shininess of it, the foil of it, and like just clawed at it once. So I'm very afraid to get her near cards. But no, she's very sweet though, so I would never hold that against her. Blue Purple Luffy after the bans, at least for now, is going to struggle for a while. I would show the cat. But she's kind of disappeared off into the abyss. If she comes nearby, then I'll grab her. No, actually, packs are like not scalped at all in Japan. I don't know if it's a thing about like stock, but I could go to a store right now and buy like another couple of boxes if I chose to. Thank you, Vlad. I appreciate that you enjoy the game. Um, the game's honestly a lot of fun to me, and I'm just trying to deliver what I find fun in the game to you guys, and I'm glad that there's so many people here just kind of chilling, watching the stream, and you know, enjoying everything with us. Which one is that? Is that Luffy again? Ah, Luffy. Yeah. Yeah, I probably do need to make a Zoro Sanji video at some point. But yeah. Sometimes I feel like the secret rare, like the base art secret rares look nicer than the alt arts. I don't necessarily love the alt arts from this set, although like they're cool. But I think the base the base secret rares are just super super nice in this set. Um, Red Blue Ace, I still need to try a bit more, but I've been slowly getting convinced that like the red 9 cost Newgate from OP02 is actually like really good in that deck. And I would want to make that the case because I have the 9 cost Newgate alt art. So I'll need to try that out and actually see which one I think ends up being better. But right now I have an idea. Roja. Scalping is the only thing in America. It's thanks to Pokemon and the hype of pulling a $10,000 card. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not that the One Piece card game doesn't have very expensive cards. It's just that, like, I guess people, either, I don't know if it's, I think maybe it's just the risk to reward isn't as rewarding since it's like there's too much stock to actually be able to scalp the set. I think someone before said that a Japanese case of OP13 at retail price is 430 US dollars. But I don't know how much it would be to actually for you guys buy it, since you have to also consider like import taxes and all that fun stuff. I wonder, are tariffs? Sorry, I think that we kind of talked about tariffs a little bit before, but I didn't realize, are they already in effect for you guys? Because I hadn't like I heard a bunch of stuff about like Trump's gonna put 25% tariff on this and that, but I didn't actually hear anything about like he has put the tariffs and this is how much these things have gone up. But they are in, and kinda, yes. Yeah, man, 1,200 CAD and you don't get tariffed. That's a bit rough. A snake. I feel like I've only pulled 3 of the 10 Coscolse SR. So I'm really hoping that I could at least get one more of those. If not, then I'm going to have to figure out what to do. But we still have about a box and a half to get that, and I think after that I'll basically have a play set of all of the relevant cards. UK can't grade cards anymore? Hmm. I mean, $120 dollars for a box sounds expensive to me, but I'm sure for you guys that sounds like a good deal. Mm-mm-mm. If you guys were to buy like How accessible are Japanese cards? Because like I imagine that like if people just really like One Piece and they want to just open up the boxes, then like surely Japanese cards are the way to go, no? 120 is a bad deal? I have no idea. I'm just relying on whatever you guys tell me. If you guys say it's a good deal, I'd be like, hell yeah, congratulations. Mm. Oh, okay. Retail's 90. So, yeah, no. Money's complicated, isn't it? We have a lot of this Newgate, though. I need to get another 10 Kaskorose. Mm-mm. Hi. What did I call you again? I'll just call you Card Kaizoku. Yeah, I think that's what you said. Yeah. Hi, Card Kaizoku. Thank you for stopping by. Look what we pulled. We got 2 really good leaders and 3 really good warthogs. Nah, I'm gonna give the gold Rajadong to my girlfriend to put into her binder. My opinions on proxies. I won't use proxies once the actual set comes out. That might also just be like a sort of Japanese thing because people find it disrespectful to use proxies, especially after the set came out. You're not allowed to use proxies in like locals, for example. But after the set comes out, I would never use proxies. Even if I put out a video that came out after the set comes out, but was recorded before the set came out, and therefore I was using proxies, I'd feel bad putting that out. So I've avoided that as best as I can in the past, but I have sometimes done that here and there. In general, I think proxies are good for testing the game, but I understand why people are against them because if proxies are okay, then like you can't really support the game. So I don't know. I don't care too much about proxies, but I understand the argument against them. Art thought, alt art dong or leaders? Do you mean like custom leaders and stuff? Interestingly, custom leaders and custom dong cards are technically not allowed, not by Bandai, but by like Shueisha, the publisher of One Piece, just because it's an IP infringement. Bam. Last box, guys. And we're likely going to see a secret rare, just in terms of probability. But it's still possible to get a manga alt art. So we'll see. I think that boxes that have secret rares are the ones that have manga alt arts. So if there is one, it would be here. But that is very wishful thinking. Let's get through this. Yeah, Japanese copyright law is very strict. It's actually also the thing. I'm sure Card Kaizoku can attest to this. I was watching some of his videos the other day. How at the start of his videos, you just have like an ad read for like 2 minutes straight of like Nengarden, GumGum.gg, all of the One Piece TCG sponsors that you see a lot of the times. I'm not allowed to take those basically because I live in Japan. So I could technically take something like GumGum.gg because it's just an app. But like Nengarden, because they put One Piece IP stuff on playmats, I wouldn't be able to take that without being at risk of being smited by Shueisha. That's why you haven't really seen those sorts of things from me. So it's trickier for me to actually make income that's not just ad revenue. A bit of insight into my workflow, I guess. Oh, sorry, let me put these SRs off to the side. Well, another new gate. I need a Gorose. I don't know if I've actually gotten 4 of the Tenka Skorose yet. Yuyute? Yuyute is not actually like a big thing in Japan, and I feel like it wouldn't make sense for them to sponsor someone who doesn't do content for Japanese creators. Ching! Nasujiro. Oh, hold on. I put the. Hold on. Almost knocked over my. Trying to save. We're fine. Okay. Kamiket is a bit weird. I don't know how Kamiket interacts with like the law, because there are a lot of things that are like copyrighted material, which is where the word doujin comes from. It's not a pornographic thing. It is just something that's like made by people that are not like officially licensed products. I don't know the law behind those because they get away with it, but I think that there's like a very specific way that they can get away with it. It's just I don't want to be in a situation where even if it could technically be okay for me, I don't want to do something that like would annoy Bandai in any way. Just because I have hopes in the future to be able to work with Bandai to in some capacity. I don't have the One Piece Day Dong. I didn't actually manage to get into One Piece Day because it's lottery only, and I always either forget to apply or I just don't get in. Yeah, $60 for OP13. It's a little bit expensive, but compared to English packs, I'm sure it's relatively fine. The best thing is to just come to Japan and have fun just going around shops and buying them there. Like, especially in Tokyo, there's so many card shops if you go anywhere. I could walk like 15 minutes and go to like 6 different card shops if I wanted to, but granted, I am also in central Tokyo, so I have that advantage. But it's like card shops are just so accessible in Japan. There's even like One Piece TCG only card shops as well. So, yep. I do not do YouTube full time. No. I have a yeah. My daily routine is that I wake up at when do I wake up again? I wake up at 4:50. I leave my house at 5:15, get to work at 6. These are hours that I asked for. 6 a.m. I work until 3 p.m., get home around 4-ish, and then from there I'll edit videos until midnight, and that's when I'll upload. Yeah. Maybe. I can see people not really wanting Japanese product in the States. I think that it's just like if you just enjoy the art, the art's the same in English and Japanese, and usually the cards are much cheaper in Japanese. So if you are just playing purely as a collector, which I assume that most of the people watching this are not, because my audience is a pretty dedicated, has a pretty dedicated players to the game. But I definitely think that like people who just enjoy the art, Japanese cards would be the best way to get into that. Yeah. Oh, no, 4 hours of sleep is pretty normal for me. But I can like function completely fine. It's not healthy for sure, but yeah. And also my job is I do 2 jobs kind of. It's the same job, but sometimes I do different things. It's interior design and also like actually making the stores. So I've made cafes, I've made bars, I've made restaurants and stuff. And so it is actual physical labor. Which people told me is dangerous. I shouldn't only be sleeping 4 hours a day. But I've been chilling. It's really fun because I actually get to design stuff as well, and it's really nice to see the actual physical space come together. But I don't necessarily think that I'm straining myself by doing what I do. because I enjoy both aspects of it. It's just that I wish there were like 30 hours in a day. Yeah. Because it's interior design work, I can kind of do it like at any time as long as I have my boss around. And my company's so small that like I just ask my boss like, "Yo, can I work at this time?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." Maybe in a couple of months I'll actually work at a cafe too, because I'm making a cafe right now, but it's a cafe made by our company. Um, so the first couple of weeks I'll probably be working at the cafe to understand workflow to be able to design cafes better. That'll be exciting. Yeah. Sometimes I work on the weekends in Japan. It really depends on how busy the work schedule is, but right now it's pretty chill. Oh, is that Aaron? um, yeah, I think maybe one of the guys in chat. I've pulled into my work a couple of times just to help us get through some pretty rough weeks. So thank you for helping when you do. Yeah. Are hotels expensive? I mean, I don't know. I live here, so I couldn't really attest to that. But I guess that would make sense though, because hotels are the only thing that's like always going to be purely targeted at foreigners, and foreigners generally have a lot more money than people in Japan do. Yeah, I do want to make more. Oh, and there's Luffy. We finished with triple Luffy. Woo! Which was expected. I do have to say, although maybe it's a bit weird, I am glad that we didn't get the Secret Rare Ace, just because I don't necessarily think that card's very good. But maybe I'll be proven wrong. We still have the chance for a manga, though, so let's finish this out strong. I also really need a 10 cost Gorose. Yeah, I have too many cards on the screen to show everything. But yeah, um, to recap a bit, we have 3 Wolcutie, which is insanely funny. The 2 leaders that I wanted, so I'm very happy about that. SP Smoker, the Golden Rajardong, and a bunch of other cool alt arts as well, of course. I'm actually super happy about this one on the corner, the 5 cost Yamato. But yeah, let me scoot these over a little bit so you guys can see the variety of cards that I have. Hey, okay, let's finish out strong. Oh my god, I forgot that like Boa and S Snake had alt arts. If you think about it like that, this is actually a pretty good case, because I feel like the only kind of like the only rare alt art that I got was Sanji, but the Sanji came in the same case as Ima. Everything else was an SR alt art, or the secret rare, of course, which you're guaranteed. So like all of these cases or all these boxes have been like solid at the very least. Sushi. We're getting so many sushi and so many Whitebeard. You guys, we really need to manifest the 10 cost Gorose, because I don't want to have to buy that. I may just be mistaken. I may already have Hold 4, but if I don't, then that's going to be randomly the one thing that I need to go and buy. NLN OP13 probably is a bit rough just because of massive amount of power creep, but not to say that it's actually bad. There's also, actually, although we are close to finishing out the packs, we do also have some promo packs left. So we'll get to that as well. Okay, at the very least, I hope you guys also enjoyed this as well. We are starting to near the end, but we still have a chance for glory. So let's fight until the very end. Would Raigo unban make NL good again? I think the main issue is Ima as a deck seems like it would devastate NL, and his things are already not KO'able. So I don't know if Raigo would actually help that much. But I think that's more of a question or a matter of Ima being too strong rather than NL being too weak. Just drop some card, but it's fine because they're like commons and stuff. Come on. 頂点まで来い Law. Yeah, I got the Ima. So very happy about that. I actually have like no idea how much these cards cost at all. So I'm probably losing money. I have no idea, but at least because I'm streaming it, I'll make a little bit of ad revenue. I don't know if it'd be enough to actually cover any sort of costs, but I'm enjoying opening this up with you guys. At least these cards are going to be usable for me. Obviously, I'm not opening this up for these. I'm opening this up for like all of these rares and whatnot. So happy that it'll make it easier to make my videos and stuff. This is the final pack. Fucking please give me 10 Kaskorose one time. Didn't. Yoke. Egghead lore that she's black. Milzgarudose. 2k counter. And I believe related to Don Quixote do Flamingo. I don't remember quite. Let me get this. Shaka. Well then. Lady. Okay. Well, we ended it off with an SR. Was not 10 Kaskorose, so I'm gonna need to check out how many I actually ended up pulling, but I have a massive stack of cards I need to actually look through later on. So we'll see what we got. But yeah. From the cases, these are all the things that we got. Let me actually look through this very quickly if I can find some of the promo cards to show off what those look like. 1 second. Okay, there's a couple. So these promo cards, for people who don't know, you get by buying 2,000 yen worth of product. And once you do, you get one of these promo packs. These cards, I don't think they're worth too much, but they're just like a 3-year anniversary celebration sort of thing. So we have some more promo cards to go through, or promo packs to go through, and we, of course, have some promos that we've already opened up, so let me just pull those up now. Okay. Oops, dangerous. These are the 3 main promo cards that you want to see. I'm hoping to get... How many of these do I have so far? 2 Subble. Sorry, my desk's like a complete mess now. 3 Subble, Ace. Is it 2 Luffy? Seems like it. Let me move these cards a little bit aside as we move on to some of these promo packs that are left. Yeah, no, the promo cards aren't worth too much. I think I saw maybe the prices have already adjusted a bit, but like these ones that are just kind of like alt arts of the old ones have been kind of like $1 or less. But then these nicer ones I've seen anywhere from like $3 to $5. But the main thing is that they're cool, and just having cheap alt arts means that it's going to just be much easier to play the game and be able to make your deck look shiny for very little money. So happy about that. But yeah, so those are the 3 main ones we want to see. We also have a bunch of this 5-cost Luffy. We have a couple of this Ace. I think I maybe forgot some in this pile, but the Dressrosa Subble, and of course the 10-cost SR Luffy. Ta-da! Okay. Video on how to improve as a player. There's a lot of aspects. I do have some fundamental content out there. I would like to get some more at some point. So the answer is yes. I just need some time to make those because they cost not they don't cost me money, but they cost me a lot of time, I guess. And sorry, hold on. They don't actually tend to make that much money compared to my other videos that I can put out in like much less time. Stiffy. Now we have 4 of the Stiffy. So that's good. Best place to buy singles in Japan. Well, you can check out Tier 1, the provider of this case. They have lots of cards. They have lots of singles packs as well. They're in Shibuya in Tokyo. Otherwise, I think that some of the other place to check out, any place called Full Comp, Fullcomp, has a lot of good selection of cards and very fairly priced. Dragon Star is another one that has lots of cards. Their prices tend to be a little bit higher, but they have just an infinite stock. And let's go Ace. But there's a lot of good shops to check out in that regard. I do think, though, completely unbiased, though, but Tier 1 has the most packs by far. So definitely check them out if you're in Shibuya. Ding. Ah. Goofy. Actually, we have like, I mean, we'll probably end up not getting like 4 of every single one, but we're in a pretty good spot right now. Batoroko pretty good too. Yeah, they have good selection of stuff. You mentioned before that players put out guides for their favorite leaders. I've put out a Blue Purple Loopy guide, but that's unfortunately a bit irrelevant now that you can't use some of the 2 most important cards in the deck. Yes, okay, we're getting there. Just 1 more of each of these. And I'll be super happy. But yeah, I think, I don't know exactly who has the best paid content. I don't look around too much for other people's content. But I think I saw another chat message somewhere about Japanese YouTubers, something. Maybe I'm tripping a bit. Oh yeah, popular Japanese content creators. Kolcha Habatsu or T Faction on YouTube. They make very high level gameplay videos. Nice. Yadang. I don't know how you translate that into English because I think that he exclusively does in Japanese thing. But there's just very high level players doing high level gameplay videos, but I don't see many people putting out like discussion style videos on the metas and whatnot. Hey. Huh. Yes. Okay. We have 4 of the stubble in 5 packs. Hopefully we get 1 each of these. Thank you very much, Lucky7, for linking it. Yeah. Kocha Habatsu is the best in that regard. Subble? Okay, we now have 4 Subble. Actually, this is like... I mean, we may end up getting like too many of some of these cards, but like this is pretty well balanced. Okay. How do I make the card slapping sound? There's iffy. But I mean, I hold the card at the corner and just put it down. I don't know if you can hear it with the mic being kind of far away, but you just kind of flick it down. I know it's probably not good for the card, but it's just a habit at this point. My favorite leader is Red Purple Luffy. I just enjoy the simplicity and it feels very explosive and fun. Ah, yes. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. If I can get 1 more of this Luffy, although to be honest, maybe you probably don't run 4 of this, but I'd be very happy if in these next 2 packs we get Luffy. And then we have finally gotten through this whole case. Sorry, I'm really struggling to opening up these packs because there's only 1 card in them, so I'm doing it off camera so you guys don't see the vile things that I'm doing to this. Ah, Ah! Okay, we're set. I don't have to think about OP13. And this last one's just a bonus then. I think honestly, just really great luck all around. Let's go. All in all, it was a success, and 110 cost Luffy to round it out. So we got 5 of this Luffy, 3 of this, 3 of this, 4 of 4, 4, 4. So in general, almost as good as it could have went. So we got a play set. Yay! And these are pretty sick cards too. Okay. I want to eat lunch, so I'm going to start to pack upstream. But to recap, the cards that we have gotten. Sorry that they're sleeved, but unsleeving them's a bit of a pain right now. Maybe I should, though. Since you guys have all been here. Let's recap the cards that we've gotten. We got all of these cards as bonus packs for, I think, celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the card game. So that's sick. We have gotten the golden Goldie Roger Dong card, which is sick. And I'm going to give that to my girlfriend. Probably I'm going to give a lot of these to my girlfriend, but that'll be great. We got the SP 5 cost Tashigi, which looks great. Super powerful card, great art too, and the abs are really, really well designed. That's okay. I'm going to use these cards anyway, so it doesn't matter if they get like a bit messed up by unsleeving them and whatnot. I never grade my cards. We have the Ace Leader, which looks great with the right lighting. So let me try to find that. The way that it kind of shines, it makes him look really sweaty when you get him at the right angle. Also, one of my most hyped leaders for OP13. I think that in terms of power, Red Black Subble may be higher than Ace, but I do think that you could maybe make Ace work. Okay. We have Secret Rare Luffy. 6 cost 7,000, double attack. If your leader is multicolored, make 4 of your Dong active. Then you cannot play a 5 cost or higher for the rest of the turn. And we have a couple of those. In Japan, I don't know about overseas, but in cases you're guaranteed to have 4 secret rares, and one of them will have the SP in them. So we got 3 of the Luffy. We didn't get any of the Ace. I don't necessarily think that the Ace is that strong as a card, but looking at the Subble, the art is very sick. Look at that. 6 cost, 7,000 blocker, activate main, give one of your characters +2 cost, and give your leader 1 rested Dong. I honestly prefer that over the alt arts. I may have even preferred both of them over the alt arts, but the Luffy one is quite nice. Yamato, maybe one of my favorite arts from the set. Get that in the camera here. 5 cost 6,000 if you have 3 life or less, draw 2 cards, and attach 1 rested Dong to your leader. Super versatile card, beautiful art, the way that the way that he's centered in the middle of the card as well. Love this card, going to go into my Ace deck, which I am now confirmed to be making, as I now have the leader. Then, of course, we have, I don't know what it's called in English, but in Japanese, Meo Lady. Dark King, maybe, if you directly translate it. Maybe it actually is Dark King. Beautiful card. I thought that I would prefer the base art, but the shine foiling texture on this card is really, really nice. Also another card that can potentially go into red-purple Luffy. That'll be exciting for me. Then we have Uta, the green SR for the set, which, I mean, every Uta art's really nice, and this card is no exception. All of the musical symbols, like you could see how like at this angle you can't see some of the musical symbols at the top, but you change the angle, you could see them reflecting in the light. Great card. Great text as well. On KO, being able to play out a 5 cost makes it very difficult to actually want to clear. But speaking of cards that I don't necessarily believe in, I don't think that this Shanks is actually that strong. Making your Dong active is very good, but not being able to play cards after that is very difficult. But still, he looks very strong in the art, so I think that counts for something. This card, though, I underrated a bit in my initial assessment, but very powerful card. The 5-cost 7,000 Sanji. On play, make 2 of your own cards active, and if your leader is Film or Straw Hat at the end of the turn, you can make 1 of your own cards active. So just super good tempo play. Very good even in a deck like Lim as well, which I really want to try. Also very good in a deck like Green-Blue Zoro Sanji, so lots of really fun things to try there. The art on this card's crazy. Then, getting into some of the final cards. This one doesn't look too great on camera, but it's very different from basically every card that we have ever seen. Here's just here's just some black. But still, very cool leader, very powerful. And of course, we have the one alt art that we got multiple of, but we got 3 of. We got 3 Toppuman wo Kyurise, which is a great card, and I'm going to find someone to trade with potentially to either make this 4 or to get more of the different Gorose. But still, great looking art by Gege Akutami, the writer of Jujutsu Kaisen, and one of the funniest things that's happened to me in opening up boxes. Yeah. Okay, well, let's start to wrap up then. Fortunately, my usual camera is right in front of me filming off the cards, so you guys are gonna have to deal with this kind of blurry bad camera. But I appreciate you guys tuning into the stream. It was a lot of fun. Maybe I'll do this a little bit more for the next set as well. We'll see. It seemed like a lot of people enjoyed it. I appreciate you guys stopping by, as always. Thank you for all of the comments. It made it a lot more enjoyment to talk about the game while we opened up boxes. Thank you guys so much. Of course, thank you to Tier 1 for providing this case for me, although I did have to buy it. I just, they allowed me to buy it, and that is not easy to do in Japan. So special shout out to Tier 1. Shout out to you guys. I hope that you guys have a great rest of your night, rest of your day, rest of your evening, whatever you're going to have. And of course, if you're opening up OP12 or OP13, depending on where you are, I hope you guys have great pulls as well. Good luck with the rest of your tournaments, and I'll see you guys next time.